Can I welcome everyone to the Corporate and Resources Committee meeting today? Just to explain that this is a meeting of the Corporate Resources Committee, but all members of scrutiny committees have been invited to attend to the meeting as well, in order for us to scrutinise the 24-25 General Fund budget for revenue, the housing revenue budget, and the capital budgets. As a result of this meeting, a scrutiny report will be submitted to the executive for their budget setting meeting, which will take place on the 7th of February. Can I welcome members of the public who join us today in the room, and also those who are joining us online, and welcome their interest in the process that we're taking place today. Just to cover a few housekeeping notes, I've not been advised that there's a planned fire drill today, so if the alarm goes off, this will be for real, and if you can follow the Democratic Services members, they will show you where to safely congregate. It will also just be helpful for those of members of the public just to clarify the power of the scrutiny committee today is to influence policies and decisions that are made by the council. This is done by us gathering evidence, hearing from residents and the public, and questioning members of the executive and senior officers. The scrutiny committee will then potentially make recommendations to the executive to suggest changes or to amend proposed policy or savings proposals. What scrutiny is not able to do is to make any decisions regarding policy or the specific savings proposals themselves, and we are not a decision-making body. The council has 5 scrutiny committees. However, all 5 scrutiny committees chairs agreed that we would have this combined scrutiny opportunity to look at the budget proposals for 24-25. All 65 scrutiny committee members have been encouraged to attend in person today to participate in the debate. However, any voting on recommendations will be the responsibility of the members of the Corporate and Resources Scrutiny Committee members. The 13 members of this committee have the lilac-coloured name badges, and so that's so that it can be easily seen who they are, and are sat in the front row on my left-hand side. The agenda pack with papers is available for members via the ModGov system or directly from the council website from the link that was sent out to all members. Could I remind you that when I invite someone to speak, could you clearly state who you are for the benefit of anyone who is listening to the meeting, so they can identify who is speaking, and to ensure that we all use the microphones in the room so that we can be heard both within the room and online. And also just to remind everyone that this meeting will be audio recorded. Again, this will be we have a full agenda today, so it will be a busy meeting. We have set aside a 45-minute lunch break to commence at 1:15. So we will ask all members, if we can, please, to keep their comments brief and to the point, and equally those who are answering, if they can do that as well, that would be helpful. Also would draw members' attention to the information that was circulated before the meeting relating to scrutiny guidance from the LGA and Centre for Governance and Scrutiny, and to help members focus on key lines of inquiry and approach to scrutiny, just highlighting those areas could be things such as those areas particularly that remain contentious, and identify any specific alternatives or amendments that the scrutiny may want to recommend to the executive, and highlight to discuss the impact of key budget proposals on residents. Can I remind members that the key lines of inquiry document that has been circulated following the scrutiny workshop this week, so you should all have had a copy of that. It's intended to help members just focus on maybe the areas, but it may well be that some members didn't attend that meeting, and there may be other issues that crop up today. So it's not a limiting, it's just there to give you a reminder as some of the issues that were raised at the working shop. Also to advise that there will be certain topics that members wish to investigate more thoroughly. Can I just please request that members do not repeat questions? So if an issue has been raised and there's been an answer, if you can try and move on to other issues so that we can cover as many items as we can today. And where you can, please try and keep your questions at a more strategic level rather than getting too parochial, although I know some of us can fall into that occasionally. As agendas are now viewed electronically, could I request that members and officers introduce themselves before speaking, and where possible, please refer to the numbers from the published agenda pack to assist all present in finding the appropriate information. Again, just to remind members, there has been an updated agenda, so there are slightly different pages from the one that was originally circulated. So we will do our best to identify which one you're working from, but that would be, I know that members, when you make notes on those meeting agendas, it's sometimes difficult to move them forward to the new one. Can I finally remind members to have regard to the cumulative impact assessment and the individual equalities impact assessments for specific savings that have been circulated. They've been published by the Council on the website and as part of today's agenda papers for today's meeting. That concludes my sort of introductory comments. I just remind members and members of the public, if you need to have a drink, there are facilities to my right-hand side at the side of the room. So if you do need to get either water or there are a tea and coffee, they are available to the side, and please feel free to use those. And for those of you who don't know your way around this building, the toilet facilities are through the doors at the back and through that corridor, and you'll find them located at that point. So if we move to the first item on our agenda, please, which is the appointment of a vice chair for today's meeting. I'd like to propose from the chair that Councillor Hobhouse acts as vice chair for this meeting. Is that seconded, please? Thank you, Councillor Seeb. All those in favour, please show. Clearly carried. So thank you very much, Henry. Item 2 is apologies for absence. And Mr. Jackson, I think you've got a number.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. We have received apologies from Councillor Trimnell, for whom Councillor Power is substituting. Apologies from Councillor Rodriguez, for whom Councillor Ashton is substituting. From Councillor Sorton, from whom Councillor Coles is substituting. Councillor Cottle, for whom Councillor Johnson is substituting. And we've also received apologies from Councillor Ham, for whom Councillor Nicholson is substituting. Councillor Collins from the committee is online, Chair. We've also received apologies from one of the other scrutiny committee chairs, Councillor Dimmery.
Thank you very much. And yes, Councillor Redmond.
Chair, Councillor Redmond, just a point of order, really. I'm just conscious that there are a number of members of public online and not aware of our subbing ability. Perhaps if you could just quickly explain that so they can understand where we are.
Absolutely. So for members of the public, for those who aren't aware, the situation is that if a member is unable to attend, a member of this committee is unable to attend, then they can organise in advance for another councillor to substitute for them, and therefore there is someone who can then take part in the meeting and vote. So it enables the full complement of the committee to be met, even if individual members for other reasons cannot make the actual meeting. Also, I would just draw members of the public and members' attention to the fact, as I mentioned earlier, it is only members of the Corporate and Scrutiny Committee that will be able to vote today, and it is only members of that committee who are present within the room or substituting for those members who are within the room who can actually cast their votes. So although we are joined by some members online, they can take part, but they cannot vote. So if we move on to the next item, which is declarations of interest, and just to remind members, you don't need to declare those interests that relate to your membership of other towns, parishes or city councils. Are there any? Yeah, Councillor Prasanki.
Thank you. I have declared an interest in the item on the CCTV cameras. I have checked, and this is apparently not a declarable pecuniary interest, and I'm free to participate in the meeting. But just for clarity's sake, my husband is paid at the moment by street pastors in Taunton, and they make use of the cameras. So I have checked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other declarations? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much. Item 4 on our agenda is the minutes of the previous meeting of the Corporate and Scrutiny Committee. For those who were present at that meeting, you had them circulated beforehand. Is there a proposal that they're a true and accurate record? Or thank you very much, Councillor Lovell, and seconded Councillor Hobhouse. All those in favour of those being signed as a true record, please show. That's clearly carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 5 on our agenda, which is public question time. We have received 3 questions from one member of the public who I believe hopefully is joining us online. David Redwell, are you with us, please? I'm advised that he doesn't appear to be online at the moment, so all members have had circulated the questions that were raised by Mr. Redgewell. If members are happy that we take those as read as per the papers that have been circulated, and we'll come to the lead officer, the lead member, Councillor Wilkins, for his answer to that, and we'll make sure that obviously there is a written response also to Mr. Redgewell. But Councillor Wilkins.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, David, for your questions. I'll just answer them quickly. I think there's kind of 5 questions rather than 3, but I'll still try to answer them. So to question 1, the answer is yes, we will be reviewing our BSIP to meet the DFT deadline, roughly early summer. To question 2, as part of the 2024 BSIP review, we will consider the requirements in the guidance relating to community safety. So we will be doing that. Kind of question 2, part B, if you like. The Taunton Mobility Hub pre-planning application has been submitted ahead of a full planning application. The work also requires scheduled ancient monument consent, which will be submitted alongside the planning application. Question 3, we are monitoring the recent reliability issues along with services operated by First West of England in Somerset and raising any concerns passed to us by passengers. And just to finish off, question 3B, if you like, we continue to monitor First Group services very closely. We receive weekly lost mileage reports from the operator, and service credits are being applied where appropriate. So thank you, Mr. Redwell, for all the work you do on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And as I say, we will make sure that Mr. Redgewell also has a written response so that he has got that. Thank you very much. So we move to item 6, which is the 2024-25 General Fund Revenue Budget, the Housing Revenue Budget and the Capital Budgets, which are in our papers today. I'm going to invite Councillor Liz Lachon to introduce the presentation of slides. So if I can come to you, Councillor Lachon.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sure we'll see the slides in a moment on the screen. This is obviously a really important meeting in the budget setting process for any council, and particularly this council at this time. And so if we could just go on to the next slide, we have the table there of all the papers. So I asked for this slide particularly so that all members, whether in the room or at home, and indeed members of the public, could understand better which of the papers come to this meeting, which have already been to the audit committee, and which then come to executive. So you can see an awful lot of red crosses for executive, but that doesn't mean that we have all those papers here today. So the 3 in the column called Scrutiny absolutely are the ones we see today. We will see other papers such as developing the approach to transformation at executive, but that does not form part of the budget setting that we are considering today. So if we can move on to the next slide, please, I will hand over to our Section 151 officer, Jason Vaughan, because this is the legal situation that we must keep uppermost in our minds. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So this slide just sets out those legal requirements that council has to set a balanced budget each year by the 11th of March, and also that it must set a medium-term financial plan, so more than 1 year. And just a reminder that at full council meeting on the 20th of February, it is a recorded vote as well. On the right-hand side there, you'll see what's called the Section 25 statement. That's where I, as the council Section 151 officer or Chief Finance Officer, provide assurance to members on 2 areas. One is that the budget estimates are robust, i.e. based upon reasonable assumptions, the latest information, and you can rely on them to be accurate as you can be at this point in time, accepting that on a £1 billion budget, there will be one or two things that change during the year. The second point is around the adequacy of reserves. So does the council have enough in reserves to cover those unforeseen circumstances, etc., and above its minimum level of reserves? I will be doing that report based on the executive's budget proposals coming out at the 7th of February meeting, and that will be a direct report to council. Go on to the next slide, so slide 4. This is just a reminder of the financial strategy. This was approved by the executive in July and then updated in the light of the financial emergency. So we enhanced the local financial controls we put in place, and that was based upon avoiding a Section 114 notice and actually acting as if commissioners were already appointed. What is the actions they would take? So reducing the current year's overspend, looking at all the savings options which you got in front of you today, reviewing things like the capital programme, looking at selling our assets, generating capital receipts, looking at freeing up reserves that you can use to purpose against the budget, disposing of the commercial investments, completing all the outstanding audits from the prior councils, and lastly at the bottom there, working with DLUC on a capitalisation direction, and I'll touch on that in a sec. We can go on to the next one. Just a couple of updates in terms of the papers. Obviously, the finances this time of year is a bit of a moving feast, so things do change. So a couple of areas to draw to your attention since the papers for Scrutiny were published. We've got some savings options in communities where the savings proposals, the total savings will be achieved, but in a different manner to those published. And I'll bring in Chris Hall in a minute to just highlight those. Got a slide on those. There are also some on household recycling centres that we'll touch on when we go through the pack as well, where there's a slight change, again, achieving the same savings, but through a different route. There's also an announcement by government of £600 million additional funding last week, and we factored that into our numbers. And we've also updated for a number of other things you'll see listed there, including actually the budget consultation. There's more fuller report on the executive papers than is in front of Scrutiny. If we just go on to the next slide, and I'll ask Chris Hall just to comment on the updates around the communities area.
I'm happy to start if you are, Chair. Thank you. So there's been a number of updates since the papers have been published, positive updates in regards to some services that have been agreed to transfer to particularly Yeovil Town Council, as well as some income from individual town and parish councils in regards to the CCTV service. Is it possible to move on one slide? For those who can see it in your pack, slide 6 refers to us removing the savings proposal, that is CMS 018, which is to cease CCTV services, and also to remove CMS 045, which was an either or option, and that second one was a reduction of service within the CCTV control centre. We have negotiated with both the police, the HRA, and a range of town and parish councils in regards to contributions that they will make. So for the purposes of 24-25, we are no longer proposing to cease the CCTV service, and instead we have put in a new stop option, which is CMS 052 on the list, which will be a receipt of income equivalent to the 24-25 savings proposal. So a considerable shift. It means the community get to keep the service. The council don't have to make the redundancies that would have been associated with that service, and a beneficial negotiation for all concerned. I also draw your attention to CMS 020. So this proposal was to close the managed sports facilities at the Yeovil Recreation Ground. There's been a package agreed with Yeovil Town Council in terms of assets and service devolution. The main one relating to the budget today is this one at 020. They have agreed to take on the entirety of the Yeovil Recreation Ground. So that's the service, the asset, the staff and the associated costs. So this council will seek to transfer that asset along with a wider package, and Yeovil Town Council will become responsible. Excuse me. That means this council will make the saving because Yeovil Town Council will take on the costs. So you'll see that we're rewording that savings proposal for a devolution. However, our fallback position is, should that devolution not happen before August 2024, we will revert back to the closure of those managed facilities. So we are still asking you to make the decision, we are asking you to scrutinise the onward decision to cease that part of the service, but our preference and the agreement to date is that it will transfer under asset and service devolution. There are a couple of others that I want to bring to your attention. They're not part of the slide because they don't make an immediate change to the package of savings. However, as part of the package, Yeovil Town Council, that is, have also agreed to take on the asset and service transfer for Westlands Entertainment Venue. There is a savings proposal within the pack, and we maintain that that saving should still be delivered. It's an efficiency saving and it's a slight change to operations, but it's a saving that would benefit this council up until the devolution occurs and would benefit Yeovil Town Council in reducing the cost of operations. But there's no change to the pack. The saving proposal would continue. We also, as part of the package arrangement, have agreed to undertake an asset and service transfer of the Octagon Theatre in the event that the capital scheme is approved by DCMS, delivered by Somerset Council, and then devolved to Yeovil Town Council at the point of reopening. So that option is dependent upon external funding from DCMS. Yeovil Town Council have also opted to put in £3.75 million into that capital scheme. So you will see in the capital papers later that we are proposing to remove the scheme for the Octagon. That's because it's the outdated scheme. It's the one that we identified back in October through executive not to be deliverable. But in the event that we gain the funding from DCMS, we would bring forward a new scheme with a new approval for Somerset Council to make and a new capital approval associated with it. Also, we are in conversations around the Ranger service. So the Ranger service still sits on here as a saving proposal. We're in conversation with the relevant parishes, and those conversations are very close to completion, where those parishes would fund completely that service. That would also mean that in a future set of papers, if that agreement is reached, and we do believe we're very close, that saving proposal would change from ceasing across to being a fully funded scheme. So the council won't need to stop it. We will get the money in from the town, from the parish councils. And then finally, in regards to the locking of Vivery, Blenheim and Wellington parks, again, we are in conversations with the relevant town councils, and I believe we are very close to an agreement where those relevant town councils will fund the locking of that service, and therefore a future package, once agreed, a future package of options will have that changed. Again, it will no longer be a cease, and instead it will be a income generation in terms of our narrative, but effectively a funded scheme. So lots is happening. It's very fast paced. That's why the papers will be changed. My thanks go to the relevant service directors, happen to be in the room with us today, and of course to the town and parish councils. They've put an awful lot of work in to making these changes happen. So my thanks go to them, but I'll pause there until we get to the rest of the communities.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Vaughan.
Yeah, so slide 7 in the pack just shows those updates in terms of the numbers. So from the published papers to the executive in January and to scrutiny to what's going to executive in February, from the 37.9 down to the 36.6 in terms of the remaining gap. You'll see there I was saying I was expecting the finance settlement on Monday the 5th of February. It doesn't look like that's the date. It's Wednesday the 7th of February. So that should be fun as we're trying to do executive and update the figures at the same time. On the right hand side there, you'll see the summary of the changes across the financial year so that we can track the numbers through. And you'll see that the way we close the budget gap is through a capitalisation direction. I'll very quickly touch on that. If we go on to the next slide around budget monitoring, this is important, and Scrutiny receives the budget monitoring report on a monthly basis alongside the executive. One of the challenges in producing next year's budget is, have we taken account of what's going on in the current year? So that's the point of why this is in the pack here. Members need reassurance, those areas where there are variances, that the budget proposals for 24-25 actually cover those. And you'll notice the two areas that, in terms of significant adverse variances around adults and children's, with the rest of the council actually making significant savings. If you go on to the next slide, this just summarises the changes between the two financial years. On the left-hand side across the services, and you'll see our service costs are going up by 18%. Then on the right-hand side in terms of our funding, which are going up by 11%, hence why we have a budget gap. Our costs are going up quicker than our income. Our income is restricted where we can get it from in terms of limitations on council tax and government grants. Just go on to the next slide. This just quickly summarises both the savings and pressures on a service by service basis. Also in the report, you'll see we've put in a table identifying the size and value to give you a flavour of them. Clearly, if I look at the savings ones, we have 5 over £1 million worth savings, five individual saving items, £1 million or more. We have 56 below 100,000. So clearly, in terms of Scrutiny's focus, you might want to focus on some of the bigger items rather than some of the smaller items when you come through the detail. Slide 11 in the pack is the reserves. This outlines the position. First of all, the 31st of March is from all the predecessor councils. You'll see the various adjustments in our forecast through to what we think the reserves position at the end of the 24-25 financial year will be, which is significantly reduced number of reserves down to £104 million in total. What I would point out, and why there's a grey line on it, is the other line. That's reserves where we're accountable body. So things like the LEP or Section 256 funding in respect of adults and health. That's money we don't really have control over. So you need to take those out of it. So you'll actually see our reserves, from what looks on the face of it a very healthy position at the start of the year at 316 million, will be down to just over 70 odd million pounds by the end of the financial year. If you go on to the next slide, this sets out the exceptional financial support package from government. We are accessing this and have made applications for two areas. One is a capitalisation direction to balance the budget. As part of that, we've also asked for an additional 5% on council tax. That's above the referendum limits, requires government approval. We've also asked for £40 million to cover the cost of transformation stroke resizing of the council, although we will look at the flexible use of capital receipts for this as well, so that number may change. In terms of the capitalisation direction itself, you'll see that on the right hand side there, to close the budget, assuming we get the £36.6 million in the capitalisation direction, I've just set out what the sort of costs are of that. If you finance that in terms of revenue funding, it would cost about £4.2 million a year. That's about 11.5% interest rate, which is why you prefer to fund that from capital receipts rather than through the revenue budget. And finally, the last slide, we go on to this one, it just sets out that longer term forecast. Although we're very much focused on 24-25, we need to have a mind to the medium term. These two tables here show the impact of a 5% additional council tax in the bottom one, so you'll see the gap is significantly less. What I would draw members' attention to, and the bit that I would guess is slightly worrying me, is that 25-26 figure in the top chart, £104 million, and I've just shown you a graph that shows we've only got 70 odd million pounds in reserves. So our budget gap being bigger than our reserves as we move into 25-26. So my clear concerns are around actually running out of reserves and the potential for a Section 114, unless the funding system for local government significantly changes or we get continued and ongoing support by the government. hope that's been helpful in terms of a quick update and scene setting to the sort of overall picture. And clearly you've got the detail next coming through the individual sections.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions? I'm going to come to members of corporate and resource scrutiny first, then we'll come to other members of scrutiny following that. Any comments or questions from members? I'll start off with a sort of general one, if I might, which is which is generally just to ask in terms of levels of confidence. You've highlighted the savings that are proposed. How confident are you on the delivery of those? And also in terms of the figures that you've shown us for this year, we've seen that 2 services are in effect over budget and continuing to go over budget. How confident are you that that will be stopped before the end of the year, so we in fact haven't gone into the new year with a worse position than we are currently in?
Thank you, Chair. I think you've just summed up the situation for all upper tier councils in this country, where the costs of social care have been particularly hit by end of COVID and inflation, and of course, end of COVID grants, inflation, and interest rates rising. Where we go from here as a country, of course, you would be very brave to predict now where inflation will go over the next few years with global events. We may see now prices start to settle. That is indeed our hope. We have, of course, the work that is going on in adults with Newton Europe, which is all aimed at finding better ways to re-able people so that they stay in their own homes and lead more fulfilling lives for longer with the support they need. The work that we're doing with Homes and Horizons with the Shore Trust, and that is something where I know there's a lot of national attention now. That work, of course, started under the previous administration, always very, very willing to acknowledge that. And how we work in the future, I think, as upper tier councils generally, is of the most importance, because if we don't find better ways to work, my really big concern is that we will take savings from non-statutory services, and we will see that in the savings proposals we have in front of us today. And then in 2 or 3 years' time, when all those savings have been taken, as the government has in effect instructed us to use reserves to sell assets, what happens next? When the income from councils, where council tax is limited, as we know, is no longer enough to cover those costs of the statutory services. That is why we absolutely must put our heads above the parapet and lead in every way we can on a national conversation. So I have absolute confidence in the team of senior officers we have, that they will lead us in that work to find better ways to work through adults, through children's, through the high needs block and the statutory override, which is something that is a bit confusing to people, members and members of the public. But we have to find better ways to work there so that we can protect those non-statutory services as much as possible by working with the partners you've already referred to, with asset and service devolution, and also to make it work for the county as a whole, where we understand the differences in where the former districts were working. So the areas that were Mendip, that were West Somerset, and probably Sedgemoor too, had a different provision of community services than those areas of Somerset West, and former Taunton Deane and South Somerset. So we're starting from a point that is inherently unfair because council tax doesn't work as a funder of social care, and inherently unfair because the former districts had different levels of service. So we know we're working from a really difficult point. We know from dating back to 2019 and the Panorama programme, of all the concerns in Somerset about adult social care. We know that COVID and lockdown has really affected young people, some young people, not all, of course, adversely. And so we have all of that. What we do have, Chair, is a really good executive leadership team and team of service directors who can lead us through this next the next year is going to be critical. So the calendar year, this calendar year is going to be critical, not just the next financial year. So I completely share anyone's concern. What I do feel, Chair, is that we moved at the right time back in November by declaring the financial emergency then, which has given us time to work, and you've already heard of the amazing work that's been going on. I'd just like to take a moment to also commend the work of the finance team in the external audits with 5 predecessor councils and a pension fund. And in Somerset, we are in a much better place than many other councils that are saying publicly that their financial position is not as worrying. I would be worried if I had their outstanding external audits. So credit where it's due, Chair. Concern will remain with us throughout this calendar year and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One further question, if I can, which is again an overarching. Mr. Vaughan mentioned the concern about reserves going forward. Obviously, our budget at the moment is forecast on us looking for both the increase in council tax and the capitalisation. How confident are we on those? Because I noticed within the report you mentioned that other councils have been able to go above the council tax, but I wasn't sure whether that was pre or post Section 114 notices. Thank you.
Yeah, so all the councils that have had approval to go above the referendum limit have issued a Section 114. Some have had commissioners, some haven't. So in terms of confidence, not very high, I would say. In terms of confidence of getting a capitalisation direction, fairly high, because I don't think there's any alternative for the government to do.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any other members of the... Yes, Councillor Johnson, start with.
Thank you very much for this full information slides here, really helpful. And as Vice Chair of Scrutiny's Community, I would like to commend the Communities team for the work they've done to address some of their savings. There's a lot of work there to really engage with parishes and towns and to look at ways to find some solutions. And, you know, I do applaud all those efforts that have gone on, and we hope to see all those replicated in some of the other directorates, especially the ones that are the biggest pressures are coming from, because of course this is a small proportion of where the profession, community services, a small place where the pressures are coming. So look forward to hearing further news on what other savings plans are being worked on with parishes or town councils. My question was really about the council tax, just to clarify the situation. We've asked for the increase in council tax. If we could get told no, we can't have it, but if, you know, woe betide, we end up in a Section 114 and commissioners come in, they can put it up regardless of what governments say. Is that the situation, that we may get told we can't put it up, but if commissioners come in, they could put it up?
So we will find out whether our request has been successful or not next week, as it will be announced as part of the finance settlement. That's the mechanism for doing that. So we will know next week. In terms of those councils that have issued a Section 114 and commissioners have been appointed, and where they've made requests, the government do consider them on their own merits. There is no set pattern to whether they're agreed. So there's no set amount either, because we have seen Croydon in the current year being given 15% increase in total, so 10% above the referendum limit. There's the other councils limited to 5% above, and they have agreed 5% above for some for 3 councils this year as well. So some councils have had it for 2 years in a row and slightly different amounts. There is no set pattern, it would seem, and it's down to the commissioners and the requests and how government assess those.
Just as a follow on then, do you know what criteria they base on whether prepared to give you permission to up your council tax? On what basis do they make that decision?
So until now, it's not been an option. It's only been available to those councils that have issued a section 114 and requested that. As part of the provisional finance settlement this year, the minister set out that those councils that were in financial trouble could put a request forward, and that as long as it didn't affect the national purse, it would be considered. So the criteria seem to be if you are in financial trouble, which we are, and if it doesn't affect the national purse, which it won't do because it's local to Somerset, then in theory, that should be a tick tick. But how they actually assess those, I don't know. We'll wait and see what the minister says when he writes out in the finance settlement next week.
Thank you. I've got a, okay, Councillor Seeb.
I wonder if I could just follow up on that. Am I right in thinking that it's the minister's choice as to what level the cap is set nationally, and it's the minister's choice as to whether anyone gets relief?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I've got a number of members of other members of scrutiny who've indicated. So I've got Councillor Prasanki, Mansell, Dingwall, Wren, and then Redmond. So we'll start with Councillor Prasanki.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose this is really a question for Mr. Vaughan, possibly Liz. Are we certain, or are you certain, that every service has put forward every possible savings option? Is there a list of things that are still on the back burner that might come forward, or is that not the case? I know there's a list of things that were looked at and discounted, but is there a list of potentials that might be sitting there, or is it that some service may consider that something is a holy grail, but actually therefore probably needs to be looked at? Or are we confident, confident, that every possible option has been explored in terms of savings across all the services?
Councillor Aishall.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Having worked in the public sector and having had to find savings year on year from 2011 through to 2017 when I retired, I know that you do mine deeper and wider every year as you look for savings. I also know that technological advances play their part and technology changes faster than ever now. So I think whilst I'm confident that we've got the savings proposals we need to look at this year, I'm also absolutely certain that all the service directors will be asked again for the next year and following years. And I also know that other opportunities will come forward, because when we look at revs and bens, revenues and benefits, you'll probably recall that we are still working on the 4 different systems from the 4 former district councils. And so while we're looking ahead to 25-26, we will see some opportunities arise there where we can move to one system for the whole of Somerset. And those are the kinds of technological advances and changes in working where we can see smaller savings this year, which you'll see under corporate services and resources, under revs and bens this year, that will inevitably lead to much greater change and therefore savings in future years. So I hope that helps. I'm sure Mr. Vaughan will contribute to.
Yeah, so in terms of the savings proposals in front of you today, there's £35.2 million worth of savings across all service areas. There's 132 different savings options in front of you. The criteria for officers is put forward every saving that we could actually deliver 24-25. There are some savings options that, if I call them in the background in the pipeline, that we will look at, but we don't think we can deliver them for 24-25. You've seen the size of the budget gap going forward and what next year looks like. We will continue to need to make further and deeper savings. To put that into context, the savings proposals in front of you today, the 35.2, there's about £24 million worth of new savings. £11 million worth was agreed by council last year. We need to find £104 million worth of savings for next financial year after. So 4 times the size of the new savings proposals you've got in front of you today. That gives you the sort of context, the challenge, and that upward curve of our costs increasing faster than our income. Questionable whether we can actually deliver that sort of level of savings.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I feel it might be helpful just to mention that the question about other savings has been raised. I raised it more than 2 weeks ago. I'm pretty certain I've got the timing right, and was told an answer would be given in terms of were the savings which officers identified which are not on the list. I have had an acknowledgement, but I haven't had a reply yet to that. And it was specifically mentioned, it seemed odd that LCNs were not on the proposed list we had before us. Now, I think we will hear more about that later on, but this request for other possible savings has been made some time ago, and it's disappointing that we're still waiting for a response. I did chase it again. I forget when I chased it now, but a few days ago anyway. I have a comment I would like to make, please, and in some ways it's related to what has also just been said about the government and our position. It seems extraordinary that the government cannot recognise that this council is in financial trouble and it needs their help. We have got responsibilities that council tax alone, as it currently stands, cannot solve. And really, the government needs to recognise that there's a problem here, and they're the only ones who can provide a proper solution to it because of all the constraints they put on us. So I have a comment which very much relates to that, slide 2, which we were presented, covers it, and part of the package of the budget and our future finances is the transformation approach that is proposed. And for me, that is very much part of the budget package. It follows on from what will be up to £73 million of one-off capitalisation and reserves being used, which are just being used to buy us time, so we can then move into what looks like taking some of the biggest decisions this council's ever had to face to achieve that level of savings and more. And this is going to have a massive impact upon the council. As of yet, and although this has been raised at a number of previous meetings, a report on this has not yet been brought to scrutiny. We've not even had a briefing on it, and yet, come 20th of February, we're asked to take decisions which are very much in the context of that future transformation and all it will entail. I raise it now as a comment which I hope can be noted. I did raise it earlier in the week and there was an answer given, and I suspect that will probably be given again, but I hope nevertheless the point being raised can be noted and something done to rectify what looks like a problem to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on that final point that you raised, Councillor Mansell, the situation as you said, the answer that you had before is in effect the proposals in that document going forward do not directly affect the budget that's in front of us that we're looking at today. It will, as you quite rightly say, have a major impact on the council going forward, and the proposals are at the moment that strategic document will be looked at by this committee at our next meeting to be taken through, and then the detail that starts to come out of that strategy will come back to this committee at various stages, so that members are involved very much in the delivery of those proposals that are coming forward. So it will certainly be something that we do scrutinise in time. It's just it doesn't form, as you're aware, it doesn't form part of the savings in front of us today. But I will let Mr. Vaughan go into that in a bit more detail if he wishes to. Mr. Vaughan.
Yeah, so just to clarify, in terms of that report that's going to the executive on the 7th of February, it's also coming to this scrutiny committee in March. So that'll be the time that members can review how they wish to do that. It is clearly a key part of the council's future, and therefore absolutely does need to be scrutinised in terms of that. Just in terms of the wider system, and picking up those comments about the capitalisation direction and short-term solutions, absolutely 100% agree with that's what we were doing. I draw members' attention to report published in the House of Commons this week about financial distress in local authorities. It's the third report, was published on Monday. It's recommending wholesale changes to the local government finance system, to council tax, to social care, to send, and saying that the system is broken and urgently needs fixing and urgently needs more funding to it. I think that where we're faced and the challenges we've faced at the moment is we are one of those councils that you're hearing in some of the national headlines of being a well-run council that's just running out of money. That's starting to apply to us. We've taken all the steps we can do to address the situation, yet we find ourselves still not able to balance the budget for the next year.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Dingwall.
Thank you very much, Chair. Two quick questions, one to Mr. Vaughan and one to Chris, if that's okay. The first is quite a broad question, Jason. We're all going to be very, very conscious of the financial reports that start to come out through the next year. What level of variance to budget as scrutiny should we start looking for, and at what time? So is a 1% variance in month one acceptable? Is a 5% variance by the Q1 report acceptable? And at what point should we as scrutiny start raising our red flags as well? I should ask the second question to Chris at the same time. Chris, brilliant news on CCTV. I was very glad to see that come through. I had a quick question around with the way that the funding for CCTV is changing.
Councillor Dingwall, if I could just ask, in terms of if it's getting into the detail of the proposals that are under the community budget, we will come to the communities section.
I will leave that alone.
Okay, excellent. So we'll keep it just to Mr. Vaughan.
Yes, so in terms of budget monitoring, we are quite unusual actually as an upper tier authority in doing monthly budget monitoring to both executive and scrutiny. Lots of councils do it internally but don't publish. They tend to do it quarterly. We fully intend to continue that process of doing monthly monitoring. We won't do month one because we'd be busy closing the accounts down, but we will do month two. I would say scrutiny, any variances need to be investigated, both favourable and unfavourable. Actually, we always focus on the overspends, and rightly so, but actually underspending can also be just as bad, because it can mean we're not actually delivering on some of the things we said we would do. We are working on the format of those reports. You have seen this year how they've changed. I hope they are now a lot clearer. If you look at the February report, the month 9 report going to the executive, I think that format is a lot sharper than we've had it during the year. But I would urge scrutiny all the time to challenge the question and ask those things about what's the impact. So I don't think there's an acceptable percentage. We'll never get it bang on, but I think the scrutiny should always ask the questions.
Thank you. Okay, so to Councillor Wren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I wasn't quite sure where to raise this. It's the Dedicated Schools Grant and Higher Needs block. I was wondering whether to bring it up under the education strand. However, since Councillor Leishon mentioned it here, I wondered whether it was appropriate to bring it up, because in terms of its impact, I mean, we may feel we have a financial situation where we're hold below the waterline. If this comes in, the keel's going to drop off and we'll turn turtle overnight.
I had an exchange with the chief executive yesterday, and I think he is quite keen, forgive me, Duncan, to make sure that councillors do fully understand what this is. And I must admit, until the papers started coming forward, this was just a sort of shadow looming in the mists behind the trees, and its definition is becoming wider and wider. And I saw in the Guardian yesterday, there's an admission, apologies for that, that this is, well, what it says is that there's a 3.6 billion deficit incurred by an explosion in plans catering for pupils' special educational needs and disabilities. This deficit is allowed to continue off the books under a special override, which is going to run out at the end of next month. Now, I think it would be astonishing, frankly, if there's that much money off the books that the government suddenly decided, well, let's unveil it. But what I would like to know is where the money comes from. I think the chief executive actually outlined to me that it's already spent and that there is an opportunity cost associated with that. So we're paying interest on it. But I would just, if somebody could give us all just a quick outline of what it is and what it's all about. And frankly, in the longer term, because actually this, as Councillor Mansell says, you know, we're here today, but this is going to go on for years probably. What's the long-term implications of this standing out? Thank you. Mr. Vaughan.
Could I just start, Chair, by just saying that this is across the country and it is something that is unknown. And the first time I realised how significant it was when I heard the leader of one council in the northwest of England say that his council was already borrowing to cover that money that had already been spent. And so there's opportunity cost, you're absolutely right, if you can cover the cash flow. If you can't cover the cash flow of what is in effect a huge overdraft, if you can't cover that, then it does start to impact on your revenue budget with the cost of borrowing, additional cost of borrowing. So I know that there are other councils not far from us where that deficit is very much higher. I'll hand over to Mr. Vaughan. He can explain the two different systems that the government is using to work with upper tier councils. But I completely agree with you that it is very worrying. I do know the County Council Network has commissioned a report that we are expecting to see in the spring, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing that report, because at that point I suspect that people will start to understand better that it's not just adult social care, it's not just children's services, it's not just housing and homelessness, it is about the high needs block deficit as well. So there are 4 blocks in the really huge national concerns for local government.
Yeah, so in your pack in the report today, on page 57 and 58, gives a very brief overview of the dedicated schools grant. We started the year with a £20.7 million deficit. That's more or less offset by the school's balances that we hold. They're around a similar number. But projecting that forward to the end of March 26, you'll see that we've projected that deficit to rise to £96.2 million. Clearly, the council will have to fund that deficit. That's close on £5 million worth of costs in terms of servicing that debt, as it were. So you will be cutting services in order to fund this deficit. Even though it's off the books, as it were, it's still real cash going out. We are spending more on SEND than we get in government grant, in very simple terms. It is picked up in that House of Commons report that I referred to earlier as being one of the real key areas that needs sorting nationally. Locally, we are there's 2 programmes. There's a safety valve programme for those authorities that have significant deficits, and the government is entering negotiations with those to do deals on how they can balance the books. So we've seen locally Dorset signed off a deal, and Devon are going through that process at the moment. Our deficit isn't big enough to be part of that programme. slightly worrying given the size of our deficit. We are in what's called the Delivering Better Value for Send programme. We received £1 million worth of grant to help us develop options. We are actually refreshing our plans and just submitted some revised plans, how we can bring this down. We think there are some actions we can take to do that. But the key thing is, can we get the in-year deficit down, first of all, so that we aren't overspending on that? That's going to be a tough challenge. We aren't quite there yet. I don't know if Claire wants to add any more detail in terms of practice that's behind that.
Winter.
So I think in terms of what we're doing about that that deficit, we have to have a deficit management plan, which is being created at the moment for the forward year. It's quite a complex piece of work because actually to reduce the deficit, we need to reduce the spend effectively in the high needs block, which is for children with special educational needs. So we have to find alternative ways of ensuring that those children have their needs met, that they get the education provision that they require without the high costs that are currently in place. That requires the whole education system to shift and a culture in the education to shift massively, which, as you can imagine, with 169 schools is not going to be a quick job. And we've been working on that and schools are engaging with that for some time, but it's a difficult situation. With the pandemic as well, you've got different issues around educational needs coming through, as well as the other ones. So we've now got education, school-based anxiety, so children not being able to go to school because of anxiety, which was a very small part of the issue previously, but the pandemic has brought that to the fore. We've also got attendance issues which are also impacting on children with special educational needs more than children in the mainstream. So there are lots of issues that are having to be pulled together to try and support a change of culture, a change of behaviour, and a change in the way we support children with special educational needs in the school system to reduce cost, but also ensure that those children do have what they need to get a decent education. We're very happy to share the deficit management plan and also to talk councillors through the dedicated schools grant, because it's a very complicated grant in terms of how it can be spent. We did do some sessions earlier in the year, but we're happy to repeat that session for councillors and to talk through the planning around how we're going to try and reduce that spend over the next few years.
Thank you very much. And I think one would look, bearing in mind what you just said and looking over to the chair of children's scrutiny, that may well be something that he will raise. So actually, Councillor Redmond, you're next on my list as well. So Councillor Redmond.
Chair, thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor Wren, for raising that. I wasn't going to speak about that at this particular point, but I just wanted to, I'll clarify something first, Chair, if you wouldn't mind. My understanding is that it is just members of your committee that can make any recommendations at the end of this meeting to executive. Can I ask that the DSG, Designated School Grant, and the action plan be noted in what you're suggesting? And what I would suggest that would be opportune would perhaps if we could suggest to executive that Children and Families Scrutiny Committee look at that as a topic, but more importantly that we find a way to take up Claire's offer in relation to additional training for members. It goes without saying, and the 151 officer eloquently indicated the fact that there's a cliff further on than the cliff we're currently on, which we need to be aware of, and that would be opportune for that, if that was okay, Chair.
Yeah, certainly what we're trying to do from the table at the front is make notes on both wings, and we will be then feeding those into suggestions and recommendations later on.
Can I now reach the points that I was going to make? Just a couple of points, a couple of questions for the 151 officer, really. I wanted to thank officers for their work under tremendous pressure at the moment. I want to pick up a comment that Councillor Leyshon mentioned, and the 151 officer also picked up, about the need for a national rethink about the way councils are funded. I know that the LGA are currently making the same points, but forgive me for a possible political point, but is it reasonable to say that the current government would benefit, avoiding poor publicity, from as many councils as possible balancing this year's budget? I assume our problem will come in the early summer when we look at our projected budgets for the next financial year. With our depleted reserves, to me, it looks like without the 5% increase, the projected outcome for next year would be an estimated 104 million deficit. So the question one is, am I right to say that the 151 officer looks at when our 151 officer looks at our in-year projected, let's say for next months 2 and 3, the only option would be for us to declare a 114, section 114 at that point? My second question follows on from that, is in relation to the impact that commissioners coming into the council would have on us. I know we are working hard to implement the actions that we believe the commissioners would implement on council, should they be in. Can I also ask the follow-up question that for an indication of the impact or cost impact that commissioners coming into our council would have, please?
Cool.
So working backwards, if commissioners were appointed, I'll talk about Birmingham because that's the one I can remember off the top of my head. The commissioners are on up to between £1,100 and £1,200 a day plus expenses, generally work up to 150 days. There are 8 commissioners in Birmingham and they've been appointed for 5 years. So that gives you a kind of scale. I think when I did the maths, it's £6 odd million worth of funding potentially. So to give you that kind of flavour. In terms of a section 114 notice, it's some really good questions there in what you're asking. I'm able to give members assurance that we don't need to issue a section 114 notice in respect of the current financial year. Despite having an overspend, we have sufficient reserves. We don't need to issue one in respect of 24-25 because although we have a budget gap, I'm pretty confident we will get a capitalisation direction and we still have enough reserves. As we move into looking at 25-26, I am not confident, given the size of the gap and given our low level of reserves, that will be something we have to consider, and that will be set out in my section 25 report to council this month.
Just do a quick follow-up. Sorry, I'm going to press you on this a little bit. I seem to recall a moment ago you talked about potentially our reserves being down to around 70 million. The numbers on slide 13, I think it is, show quite clearly that you're projecting a potential overspend next year without the 5% increase of £104 million. Forgive me, my sums are correct. We aren't going to be able to balance the books. And when we look at our, let's say, month 3, your projected overspend is going to be outside of anything that we can afford. So at that point, to me, forgive me if I'm wrong, and I'm happy to be corrected, we would be declaring you would need to declare a section 114 because on the run of that, we wouldn't be able to balance our books.
Yeah, so in terms of my legal responsibilities, it's around identifying if we're going to run out of resources and the expenditure is going to see the resources available. The remit of section 114, though, is limited to your current year and your coming budget. We will be asking council actually to get some legal clarification about the longer term impact because of the very issue you've identified. So my section 25 advice to council will highlight the major concerns I have around 25-26 when at this point in time the budget gap will exceed our reserves available. That's obviously before we've done some further savings, but we also have the factor of the dedicated schools grant potentially coming in at the end of that financial year as well. So I am really concerned about the financial picture for 25-26.
Thank you very much. Members, obviously we've got to watch in terms of our time that we have allocated today. I've got 4 members who've indicated we're ready to speak, so I shall come to those and then we'll be looking to move on towards the community services section of the agenda. So it'll be councillors Nicholson, then Slocum, then Hunt, and then Chilcott, who's joining us online. So Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief, bearing in mind the tribute to the quality of the officers, and absolutely I agree, and the very difficult task they've got, and the tour d'horizon around local government finance across the country. The question asked at the very beginning was specifically, is the council confident that the situation at the end of this year will not be worse than it is now? because that it is the basis of where we are at the end of this year that officers have to work from. So I think the answer is either yes or no.
So, Chair, could I just clarify, is that the projected overspend of the year we're in now, 23-24?
How confident are you that the projected overspend at month 9 will not in the end turn into something worse at the end of the financial year? Are you confident?
Well, I think if you look at slide 8, you will see that trend from a £28.6 million forecast overspend coming down to 17.5. The reason for setting out the table there in the way I've done it is it separates out adults and children's. Those demand-led services are harder to have high confidence around. And I would say particularly children's, because you could have a family moving into the area that we don't know about today that could move in tomorrow. And an individual child could cost us £1 million on an annual basis at the higher end of care costs. So around the whole picture, reasonably confident, but there has got to be some heavy caveats around those demand-led services.
Chair, if I could just come in and just finesse that point a little by saying it's the placement that costs the money, not the child. No child ever wishes, I'm sure, to be in such a placement. How we work on better provision of placements for children within Somerset is going to be critically important. We know that good work has started and is underway with Homes and Horizons. We know there's a great deal more to do. We know also that there are fewer foster carers, and that is something that's a national picture too. And I think, this is my personal view, I think that ties in with work that the government's been doing at looking at people they call economically inactive, so people who are no longer working, who maybe are not working at an earlier age than they would have been in the past. And I think maybe there is some overlap there with foster carers and lesser provision. And I'm absolutely certain that after lockdown and what I have seen of the challenges for families and children through lockdown, that must have had an impact as well. So I think COVID has played out in two different ways in the foster carer. I won't call it a market because that sounds horrible. We're talking about people here, but you understand what I mean.
If I can just add as well, in terms of, you asked me about my confidence, I'd point out I'm not actually responsible for the individual budgets. The executive directors and the service directors are. So actually, in terms of, it might be better directed question to them to ask them about their confidence in their areas. We have the corporate mechanism that brings it together. We do that on a monthly basis and report that through, but the frameworks around it, but they'd be better placed than me to give that assurance to members around their own individual services.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slocum.
Thank you, Chairman. I just really wanted to, Councillor Lasham mentioned before Pacific about Newton. As we all know, we can't devolve adults' health. We can't devolve children's. They can't go to any parishes to be offloaded to them. And I'm very concerned still, and still slightly disappointed. And I'll only speak strategically, Chairman. I'm not going to go into detail, but I am disappointed that we are still seeing these major cuts on our health. I think on both categories, it's a very dangerous and a very, very important subject that I think our health is vitally important, and I'm very concerned about the areas where the health is still cut. And I would ask you, do you foresee any further cuts? Can you look into your crystal ball and tell me? Because I'm very, very worried about it. Thank you.
Councillor Lasham, if you want to take that in general, but I mean, again, when we come to the section, we'll target that to the respective.
Obviously, I just want to make a really general point that when people talk to me about adults and children's services and their concerns about overspend, I just started saying one thing. Don't forget that those people who need the services from adults and children are people who live in your street, your village, your town or city, They are not a separate cohort of people who come in and use up the resources of the council. This is the council looking after Somerset's people. And the spreadsheet that Councillor Wren has requested again, Councillor Mansell requested again today, where savings were originally put forward and then taken out as non-deliverable. I think you will probably be assured, Councillor Slocum, by some of what you see in that spreadsheet, and I understand the need for members to see that as soon as possible. Thank you.
And again, Councillor Slocum, I'm sure you'll come in when we get to those sections. Councillor Hunt.
Sorry, it wasn't working. Yeah, just expanding a little bit actually on Councillor Redmond stole my thunder there a little bit. But just for our 151 officer, Jason, do you, a straightforward question really, if we don't get this extra 5% council tax, is that a time where you're looking at issuing a 114 notice?
I think, Mr. Vaughan, it's a straightforward question. It's not always a straightforward answer.
Is no, because we have put in a request for a capitalisation direction to cover the whole of the budget gap for 24-25. So I'm confident we'll be able to set a budget for 24-25.
And Councillor Chilcott online.
Thank you very much, Chair. And again, along with others, just to say congratulations to the finance team. I know our finances are precarious, but they've had a challenging year with all the extra work that they've done. So just a couple of questions, if I may. And it is around this committee reality checking the budgets, which is hopefully where my questions are. And we've already heard that it's a legal requirement and we've got to set a balanced budget. But this budget, we've also heard, is reliant on government support. So if we do not get that support and we do not have that in place at the time that we are agreeing or not the budget, are we safe to make that decision? That's my first question.
The answer to that is yes. So we can set a budget at the 20th of February Council. We have been having those ongoing dialogue with DLUC, and we are confident from the noises and the applications we've made, and indeed there's a letter in Appendix 9, 10 or 11 in the report to the February executive from DLUC setting that out in the process. Every council that's had a capitalisation direction, it's not confirmed until late March anyway. So after the date, you can legally set a budget. So sometime at the end of March, we would actually get formal written confirmation from the Secretary of State.
Thank you. I've got two more questions, Chair. I'll be as succinct as I can. The next one's around adequacy of reserves, which I have huge concerns about. So when we look at the earmarked and general reserves, it's a low figure compared to most other councils. And within those earmarked reserve, there's an even smaller amount that are usable. There are some that really have to be there and maintained. So given usable earmarked reserves, I'll use that, and general reserves, do you feel they are adequate when we bear in mind the current challenges that are facing us?
For the proposed budget coming forward for 24-25, based on the information before me at the moment, the answer would be yes. When we move into 25-26, and I'm looking at those numbers, I think the answer is definitely no. We can't keep using the reserves at the rate we're using them. You will see they have reduced substantially from the start of the year to what's projected going forward. That's not a sustainable position.
Just before you come in, Councillor Chilcott. Councillor Lakeshaw.
And I just wanted to make the point, Chair, that we're hearing from government that use of reserves and sale of assets is preferable to Section 114 notice. I do trust that the government realise what that does to the future of local authorities, and that the government is taking more than just a short-term view, albeit in a general election year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think that's the position as is. If we head into the coming year, i.e. this budget that we're now setting, and you immediately see overspends, I think that may be potentially a different position, but I'll leave that to a 151. My last question is, we've talked very much about the following year and that 104 million budget gap. Every year when we come to set the budget, there are a list of pressures that come forward, and they only come forward each year when setting the budget. Bearing that in mind, could that 100 million go much higher when we start to look at that next year's budget? And at what point do we feel that that's just impossible to reach? Savings wise, sorry for clarity. So if that 100 million became, we could see it becoming 120 million, 130 million, 150 million. Is there a point at which it becomes unachievable?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And obviously, as we do our forecast going forward, the longer you forecast, the more uncertain it is, and the less reliance you can place on them. When I'm looking at the 25-26 budget gap at 104 million pounds, if that's accurate, I don't think the council can close that gap. I don't think we can cut enough services to fund that in one financial year and still legally provide the services it has to do. If you have a look at 104 million pounds across the cost of our services, that'll give you a flavour of the type of services we would have to close down. So that's 3 times the size of the community services budget for next year. It's equivalent 10 million pounds more than community in place budget next year. When you look at it in that sort of scale, it is huge. So even if it doesn't increase, I think it is a substantial financial challenge that I'm not sure can be solved by this council alone. It goes back to the previous points that's been here. The local government funding system is broken, and we are going to hit the buffers unless something changes in that financial year.
Thank you very much. Members, I'm going to move us on at that point to the community services budgets and the recommendations. The way we're looking to deal with this today will be, as you've seen from your agendas, we will make recommendations and comments to the executive from this scrutiny committee. That will take place. We'll pull those together at the end of the meeting, but we felt it might be useful just to highlight, as we're going through, we're trying to make notes as to the sort of things that we want to bring forward. So if I can just lean across to the issues that we're looking at the moment, in terms of probably relating to the overall budget, is that the scrutiny committee would be looking to the executive that we get an update on the outcome of the capitalisation direction and council tax increase requests at the meeting on the 7th of March, and if unsuccessful, what the mitigations are that are proposed. That we also look to scrutinise the outline business case for the transformation project at the meeting on the 7th of March, and that we receive regular updates on the level of general and earmark reserves during 24-25 and the projections for 25-26, together with projected pressures for 25-26 as part of the monthly budget monitoring reports that take place throughout the whole of 24-25, so that we can very much keep an eye on how things are moving, which the exec will be doing as well, but to make sure that all members are involved in that process. Again, we will look to add to these as we go through the day, but we'll just give you an idea of the sort of things that we're likely to bring forward this afternoon that we can then be voting on. If we then move members to our, as I say, the community services section, which is Councillor Smith-Roberts and Chris Hall. If what I'm going to do on it as we get to each section is just ask the lead member if there's any updates or things that have come forward that you want to bring to members before we go to questions. So, Councillor Smith-Roberts.
Thank you, Bob. So like all services, communities was challenged to not only find savings proposals, which is what you see before you today, but to also absorb all contract inflationary pressures. You can see through the papers and what you can see on the screen here, the pressures, however, that we are looking to take on this year that amounts to just over 1.3 million. And also alongside that, you can note that in the main body of the report, you can see that we actually see a budget reduction in the Community Services Directorate, and that amounts to 3.9 million over the 2-year period. And whilst that's not significant in the context of the overall budget of the council, it does mean that it's an 11% less money for the services that this directorate delivers, and that I know from my post bag, and probably you all know here and the public at home, the services that communities deliver are ones that they very much value. You will have heard Chris speak earlier around some of the conversations that we've been having. We've had to move at pace, as have we all in this room, in order to put this budget forward. But in communities, we've really looked to see what we can do with the city, town and parish councils to look to mitigate as much as we can to stop the cessation of services. So you've heard in relation to the CCTV, you've heard in relation to the devolution conversations that we're having with the Oval Town Council, and we're also looking to see what else we can do between now and the 7th and then now and the 20th of February to see what else city, town, parish and other partners can look to do to help us. I'm open to any questions from anyone here and happy to answer them now.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I particularly wanted to just clarify with the CCTV. A lot of members of the public think that's a service provided by the police and are not necessarily aware that the council predominantly funded that historically, with a very small percentage coming from the police. I know you've had conversations with the police and they have put up their presets this year, and I just wondered, had they been able to contribute towards continuing the CCTV service, which they use very much, and it's vital to a lot of the work they do. And I have a second question.
Do you want me to take each one? So in relation to the CCTV service, the police do already contribute to the service at £10,000. We did reach out to them in order to look to get additional funding, because we are obviously in times of a financial emergency, and they weren't prepared to contribute anything further.
Okay, surprising, given how much they use our service that is provided by other people. But yeah, we'll see what happens in the future with that. My second question was, do we have any update on the nursery situation? Have we made any progress? We've had some fantastic conversations with parishes and towns taking on some of the things that could potentially have got lost, and I just wondered where we were with the nurseries.
So there's no specific update in regards to the potential of devolution. Yeovil Town Council has expressed some interest around the operation of the nursery. I think that it's important to recognise that the savings proposal is a significant reduction of planting, and through the nurseries, we are our own biggest client. We do have some external contracts, but effectively we plant on our own land and we use our own nursery in order to facilitate that. So the saving proposal is to significantly reduce the level of planting across Somerset, and by virtue, we would not need 2 nurseries to operate to deliver that function.
Thank you. I'm going to come then to Councillor Wren next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gwilym Wren. I'm the chair of the Scrutiny for Communities, and I have got several questions, if that's okay. I have flagged them with Chris Hall and Federica Smith-Roberts beforehand, so hopefully the answers will be reasonably easy to come forward. About the CCTV, now we have a solution at the moment. Can I ask how long that funding is secured for, please? And the second thing is just to make sure that the service, the intention with this extra money coming in, the service will continue as is, so there will be no change to the governance arrangements and no raised expectations that some towns may get more out of what they're doing, what they're paying than others. If I could start on that one, please.
So in those conversations that we've been having with the parish and town councils, it is around them funding it for a year, because ultimately they're their own democratic body that then could decide what that service looks like and whether they want to continue that every year in their budget. Obviously that's up to them to decide. I do think that we need to look at our CCTV provision in relation to the service that it offers are there efficiencies that can be made, and look at what our neighbouring authorities do, because I do think that we can have learnings from both Bristol, North Somerset and Baines as an example. But in relation to it for the here and now, it's about them funding it, the service as is, to allow us that time to do that piece of work and keep it going for that year period.
Thank you. Do you envisage in the sort of short to medium term then something along the lines of a service level agreement with the various funders in order to sort of crystallise this a bit? And because it strikes me that a service like this, living from year to year, and whilst I understand the pressures on parishes and towns, I think from a public perception, we really need to be getting a longer term solution if we can.
I'll bring in Chris here in relation, just so where you're getting into technical details.
Yes, I think our preference would be to have a service level agreement to set out the expectations on both parties. That would be normal in terms of a grant arrangement. We haven't got to that stage yet. You've heard that we're moving at pace. Clearly, within a service level agreement, we would want to tie those two entities together so that we had more than a 1 year solution. I think it is also worth bearing in mind we believe there is headroom to improve the service. So at the moment, the contributions coming from the various town and parish councils will cover us for the saving that was put forward for 24-25. But in the main pack, you'll see it was a 2 year saving, and the contributions we're receiving don't cover 25-26. It does buy us a bit of time. Yes, we'll want to put a service level agreement in place so we're all clear, but it's not the full answer just yet.
Okay, thank you. I think this makes the stance of the police even more disappointing, but I'll leave that point there. Can I just move on to the Yeovil proposals? Just to be clear that if we get the grant money from DCMS to move forward and we agree a business plan for the Octagon, the plan is to then transfer the asset to Yeovil Town Council at nil cost. The benefit to us being the removal of a subsidy that is currently being paid. And the second thing, along the same lines in relation to the recreation centre, I understand in my conversations with Chris Hall that this is actually quite a complex piece of work. So I would like just a little bit more detail around how that's supposed to work. So if you could cover those two Yeovil bits, and then I've just got a couple of other small questions after that. Thank you.
So in relation to the Octagon, the simple answer is yes. So that the capital project would be looked after by us, or we would run it through our project management team. But then once that is finished, that would then transfer across to the Yeovil Town Council for them to run. And ultimately there would be a saving because of the subsidy that venue is given by this council. In relation to Mudford Rec or Yeovil Rec, it is complex. There's lots of different land agreements in place. There's agreements with the college as an example. It's a field in trust. So that is why we're giving ourselves time to the 1st of August to be able to deal with those legal issues and work our way through for both parties.
I what I would say is, being a chartered surveyor, deadline of the 1st of August from here isn't very long. So I wish you luck with that. I can't remember, Chris, there was one point about the removal of parish and open space grants to the Somerset West and Taunton area. I think clearly that is what it is. One of the things that's popped out of that is the ability of parishes to take on more and more responsibilities, and they are to an extent hamstrung by the requirements of Section 137 and the lack of the power of competence. One of the things I think that really needs to go forward into the next year's business plan for the council is to start to set some money aside to help make parishes more resilient, include training for clerks, and just make them in a better position. Because I think some of the parish and town councils, of course, are very well run and have plenty of resources, and some of them are quite small and very rural in their nature, and they will need some help to be able to step up so that they don't get left behind. That's just a general comment, which I'm not expecting an answer to. I'm sorry, did you mention in your preamble right at the start of the meeting the RNLI contract? Have we got anywhere in terms of being able to transfer the responsibility for that?
No, it wasn't mentioned in relation to the RNLI. We have obviously reached out to them and made them aware of our position. And we do need to continue to have those wider conversations with the local parishes and towns and see where that gets to. I do just want to acknowledge your point, though, Gwyl, on the point in relation to, I guess, the capabilities of parish, town and city councils and that organisational capacity. I think it's a really valid point that all of us need to be aware of as unitary councillors, what we're asking them to pick up and where their current position is. I know that Theo and our partnerships team are fully aware of that and wanting to have conversations through SULC and other organisations, because ultimately they not all have the skill set both in councillor and staff to be able to do some of the tasks that ultimately are being offered up here at Savings, and we need to support them, I guess, in that journey.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of things. Bridgewater Carnival toilets and barriers, again, similar question to the RNLI. How are we getting on with finding someone else to fund those? Because clearly it's a big event and there's a lot of implications with their removal. And the final thing was in relation to the savings towards the heritage service, which I think is 150,000 is put forward. And I'm quite interested to know whether or not that impacts on the viability of the service, or whether it is simply going to be a question of us getting less for less. That makes sense.
Thank you. So the arrangements we have with South West Heritage Trust, we pay them just over £1.7 million annually for the delivery of services on our behalf. So we are asking them to take a reduction of £150,000 in 25-26, giving ourselves time to come to the end of the current agreement in October and to renegotiate exactly what services they provide going forward. In terms of viability, any organisation being asked to make savings will also need to cut their own cloth accordingly. So we're not asking them to continue everything simply with £150,000 less. We're asking them to have an open conversation and dialogue with us around what £150,000 less in their grants might mean, and therefore where do we best focus the remainder of that 1.7 million to deliver the best services possible.
Okay, thank you. Bridgewater Carnival.
Just on the Bridgewater question, Gwyl, we're in wider conversations with Bridgewater Town Council as to what that devolution piece looks like, so that that will be part of those conversations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I might make a general comment, I'm slightly concerned that, well, I'm very concerned, and I'm sure we all are, that a lot of these solutions are in effect temporary in nature, and we're just sort of trying to put off the evil day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a number of councillors who've indicated to ask questions. So I've got Councillors Slocum, Redmond, Dingwall, Boyden, Hunt and Locke, and then we will have to move on at that stage to the next section. One question, if I could ask, just following on from some of the questions that have been raised there, is there's discussion of an awful lot of devolution to towns and parishes. Do we have the resources within your team to actually organise all those devolutions and also take into account things like the legal sections who will need to be involved, because they'll be working on a number of other asset disposals? So what are our resources in order to deliver all of these options that we now have on the table?
I think from my point of view, I've really seen how hard the communities team are working, and also the rest of the wider council teams, because obviously they pull on legal, finance, HR as an example. You will see as an example that Yeovil is one of the first conversations that we've held, because of ticking off sometimes the big ticket items, so that we can then see how that then impacts the budget. But ultimately, do we have enough resource to do this? I would say no, it is going to be a challenge, but it's about trying to protect the services. But we do need to understand, and I guess it's a risk, about how far we are stretching our staff and our team in order to achieve this, because working late nights, multiple hours, emails at all these different times, it can only go so far. I don't know if Chris wants to add anything as director.
Kind of Mr. Hall, and then I've also got Mr. Jones wanted to make a comment on that, I think, as well.
Yeah, so it will be a challenge in terms of resources, but we are going to have to find those resources to make this happen. It is the only way in which we will have a collective balanced budget, is to seek that support from our towns and parishes and then deliver on it. So we're going to have to find that resource. That might mean challenging times within teams and rediverting resource. It might be calling upon other corporate assets within the PMO. There will be some pressure around legal and there will be some pressure around property, and we'll have to make a balanced decision as to whether some of that has to be outsourced specifically so that we can deliver this saving in a timely manner.
Thank you.
And Chair, if I may, just to support Councillor Frederica Smith-Roberts' point and Chris Hall's as well, we know that we cannot do what we currently do and how we do it. So in terms of fast tracking that, that's the reason why we have put forward to Executive the Asset and Service Devolution Framework to be able to create the conditions for this. We simply can't do this in the same way every single time. We need to fast track this and follow some of the good examples in the Southwest actually around asset and service devolution that don't require a significant level of engagement on every single asset and service. And it's a credit to the team that have worked through that difficult situation at the moment, but we do need to review and rationalise that as best as possible.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Lation to make a quick comment. And again, just to remind all members, can you make questions and responses as brief as we can, please, just to get the information.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make the point that local knowledge is incredibly important in every step of that devolution process. Whilst disposal perhaps of commercial investments is very much about a kind of national market, where we're talking about devolution of assets to town, city, parish councils, that local knowledge, not just of how things are today, but how we've got to this position and the knowledge of those assets and some of the restricted covenants that date back to the very early 20th century. Absolutely essential that we do hold that knowledge locally and that we don't try and replace it with people from outside of Somerset who don't have the knowledge.
Thank you. Councillor Slocum.
Thank you, Chairman. I've only got two questions and they're quite not too onerous. A little bit confused about the CCTV because it's being devolved to parishes. Everything seems to be devolved to parishes. And what I'm asking is it going to be equally devolved, the CCTV? Because I was quite excited when I read the revised plan this morning and then got disappointed when I actually realised, actually, it's just being all parishes. So are they going to be equally priced up per head of person for the population, or is it just some parishes going to pay and others aren't? Because it does seem to me that we all know parishes have got no ceiling, so in the end they can put their price up. So residents are thinking there's so much devolved to parishes. The question I'm going to ask eventually is what's going to be left on the Somerset Council list, because that would be an interesting one, because you know, this cost is almost like they feel like they're double paying. So if you could answer that first, and then I'll ask the next one if I may, Chairman.
Just to clarify, the CCTV service isn't being devolved to the town and parish councils. They'll be making a contribution to fund that service. So it's not going down to them, they're just paying for it in effect.
And one would presume that's on the basis of those areas that have got CCTV will make a contribution towards it. Councillor Slocum.
Okay, it sort of to me means the same thing, but anyway, I want to thank the portfolio holder for speaking to me. I would like to raise this issue about Somerset carnivals. I'm the rep for Somerset, so I declare that interest, but actually it's about Somerset carnivals, the biggest tourism event that happens in Somerset, and actually here we are taking away health and safety issues. And I urge again to please look at this. This is safety, health and safety issues. And we can't put everything over to the parishes who are being incredibly good about trying to help, because this is Somerset carnivals. This is not just Bridgewater. I happen to live in Bridgewater, but it's about Somerset carnivals. And I would urge you to look at this because it's a serious issue and one that will actually, carnivals are self-sustaining, but they can't take on any more. So I mean this is an urgent issue and an important one, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Totally appreciate the view of what Somerset carnivals and in particular Bridgewater Carnival contribute to tourism and culture generally. It's part of our heritage and makeup in Somerset. However, the two savings proposals that have been put forward is one relating to barriers in front of such as the Blake statue as an example. It's been confirmed that it's not a health and safety requirement to do that. And then also the provisions of toilets for Bridgewater Carnival. Again, those are in discussions with the town council, but ultimately, which you'll see through these savings, and I think through Councillor White's savings, tourism is not a statutory requirement. The majority of culture is not a statutory requirement. And these are the difficult savings that are having to be brought forward when government doesn't fund us to do these services.
Councillor Slocum, then
I just wanted to say, if I may, the statue is nothing to do with the carnival's budget. That was placed there last year. It wasn't meant to. We're talking about crowd barriers. And I think perhaps some clarification is needed that for you to understand. It is crowd barriers. The statue at Blake, I think the town council would gladly just support that and just look after that statue as they do everything. But I think I'm talking about crowd safety barriers. And I think there's been some areas of confusion here.
The crowd barriers aren't on the list as a saving. This is a saving to protect our not our assets, other assets. It's not the crowd barriers that are there for being proposed to stop.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Just a couple of quick points just in relation to the statue of Admiral Blake. I think it's more of a health and safety issue in relation to stop people climbing on it to observe the carnival rather than anything else. But that was a separate point. Two quick points, Chair. I'm conscious the officer and the executive member have made an indication that some things have changed in relation to what the savings with funding coming from other places. I know it's an evolving picture, so my question is, how can we as members be kept updated on the most recent changes to all of the savings as they go through? I know it's not an easy point, but it as things are changing, it would be helpful. And my second point is a question in relation to cost recovery. A number of the services covered under this portfolio are chargeable and things that other people need. Are any of the, I know that a review of the costs have been made and some of them have been increased, but my question is in relation to statutory things that we do for people. Is government, are any of the services capped by government? And if so, is there anything we can do to lobby government to allow us to increase them by a certain level? Because are we able to fully recover the cost of the things that we do?
Thank you. Councillor.
So in relation to the fees and charges, the majority of them are being put up by inflation. I totally get your point, Lee, in relation to can we campaign to government to look around that element? Because in particular, and I'll stand corrected by, I think, Sarah and registration services, but they haven't been reviewed for some time, like I want to say like 7 years. And so therefore they aren't able to be increased because they have been capped by government. So I think there is a wider conversation around what some services that are statutory that we are asked to provide. And I think we need to probably pick that up as a service, but also wider as a council.
Chair, can I ask that one be added to the list, please?
And I think also in terms of the updates between now, there will be further updates. We'll obviously go to the executive reports that come forward. There will also be to full council as well. And certainly, again, one of the things we'll be looking at is how these things then next year, how we monitor what's going on with the devolution, and we'll again come to that with the sum up. I've got Councillor Dingmore.
Thank you very much, Chair. Councillor Wren stole much of my thunder, but I did want to pick out a couple of bits to really hone. So on CCTV, recognise it's not being devolved; it's being funded by a number of town and parish, well, town and city councils probably, rather than parishes. Can we get a confirmation that it's our position in setting out those SLAs that the service will be maintained as a whole of Somerset service and not led by who's contributing most? So Bridgewater and Taunton don't get more because they funded more, and Wells get less because they're funding less. One more as well, just very quickly on the generally assets being devolved, but specifically Yeovil Rec and the Octagon. If for some reason Yeovil Town Council are unable to run those in 6 months' time, they decide, you know, it's not something that's possible for them to do. Given our continued involvement in particularly the Octagon project, can we have confirmation that any disposal costs would be part of the devolution to the town council, or whether or not they would come back onto our books as our continued kind of involvement.
So in regards to CCTV, so yes, we will set out service level agreements. I think it's fair to say that there is already disparity in the service provided across the county because of the number of cameras. They all get 24-hour monitoring, 7 days a week. It's all recorded, it's all provided. But just by virtue of the number of cameras, 79 in Bridgewater, 60 in Taunton, and the number diminishes significantly from there. So the funding is therefore different, number of cameras is therefore different. So there is a disparity that I think we all would recognise. In terms of the Octagon, we are talking to Yeovil Town Council about how we share the risk. There will be some money that needs to be spent prior to a transfer, and we need to understand exactly how that would work. If the DCMS money comes through, that will be part of that capital scheme, and Yeovil are also contributing a significant sum towards that capital scheme.
I just want to press one more time on the CCTV in particular. I'll try and do it without naming councils. If a council said we're contributing 70% of the cost or whatever it might be, they wouldn't have a larger voice in saying no, another town won't get CCTV because we're spending that money to maintain our CCTV. So to make sure the governance is kind of as it is today, rather than going to be led by who's funding.
So the very simple answer to that is correct. We're not proposing to change any governance. There are some towns and parishes that are saying they do not yet, well, they haven't yet agreed whether they will agree or not, and we'll have to look at whether that service is provided ongoing. That's not a matter we put in front of you as part of this cycle. It would have to be a separate decision if a particular town or parish was not prepared to pay for the service they currently benefit from.
Thank you. A quick apology to members, just to say I did indicate that I'd got 3 members who were down to speak. There are some who've indicated post that. We do, in order to get through the business that we've got this morning, I'm not going to be able to take those extra members. I'm sorry about that, but in order to get to us discussing adult services and children's services, which are coming next, I think we will need to move on once I've gone beyond the 3 who had previously indicated, which were councillors Boyden, Hunt and Locke. So Councillor Boyden.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the potential closure of public toilets owned by the council. Of course, that's a great concern to a lot of communities because they are so vital for hygiene, personal hygiene, health and safety, and also to support the towns and city and villages which they are situated in. And I noticed that in the budget consultation in Appendix 10, they came first. Public toilets came first on the list of community services that people answering the consultation wanted to save, and so including disabled and equipped changing places toilets, which some of us campaigned for in the first place. So could we have an update, please, on which public toilets are likely to be devolved to city, parish and town councils, and if any are not likely to be and are actually likely to be closed after the decision is taken, and also how are these facilities likely to be devolved? What sort of mechanism, administrative and legal, is going to be in place, and are there any alternatives to make them as smooth and as easy as possible to transfer? Thank you.
Haven't got that list to hand today, Adam, but I'm sure we can look to share it. I think it's part of that wider devolution conversation piece. So where we're having that with like multiple town councils, but we'll get an update and hopefully get that for the executive.
So can I just follow up on the mechanism as well? Is that being worked out at the same time, or do you know anything about that?
So the mechanism may vary from facility to facility. So in previous asset transfers of public toilets, some have been freehold, some have been leasehold, depending on whether they're connected to another council-owned asset. So we're open to that as a conversation. We will need to protect Somerset Council's other connected assets.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, firstly, I want to say thank you to Chris Hall, Councillor Deakin and Councillors Deakin and Federica Smith-Roberts regarding the possible closure now of Vivery Park here in Taunton. I do have a question on that, but I do want to say that thank you first of all. I've spoken at executive, Taunton Town Council, etc., pleading the case for this. And my last email was last night, and I was very impressed to receive an email reply to that, having done it so late. So thank you for that. Regarding your response, you indicate there are 3 parks in this CMS 012, which are Minehead, which I believe is called Blenheim Park, Wellington Park, and obviously Vivery Park. My concern clearly, because it's in my division, is Vivery Park and how that affects the people living in particular in Mount Street in my division. My question then is, you've put down here on your email to me this morning, we expect this to happen imminently, including all of those parks in that. Am I to assume that if Vivery Park is the only one that can get funding, in this case, thankfully from Taunton Town Council, and the others don't get that funding, presumably Vivery Park will simply be removed from that CMS 012? Thank you, Chair.
To the best of my knowledge, John, it's actually that Blenheim and Wellington, we have confirmation from their councils that they're going to fund the locking up of those parks, because it literally is not about any closure of the parks, it's literally physically locking them and doing the sweep through for security reasons. And we're just in those final conversations with Taunton Town Council, but everything points to them taking that on.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Locke.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try not to take too long. CCTV, very disappointed with the police response on that, because the police use the CCTV information more than what you think. And I'd be interested from the officers if they could say, because they haven't mentioned about Yeovil has funded CCTV for years, and a substantial amount. So I'd be interested to know, I know the figures were probably printed, but how many parishes or how many towns really pay for CCTV at this moment in time? And just from members' point of view, regards to toilets, Yeovil Town also took over their toilets years ago. And I can say now that if you're looking to close toilets, and think that your businesses will allow people to go in and use their toilets, you will be in for a rude awakening in the kickback that you will get from that. And I would suggest you tread very, very carefully, but also very concerned about the resources that we have when we set deadlines, and that we can't do it, because I know in Yeovil a lot is happening. There's a lot of complex things there, but there are a lot of people, especially on Yeovil Council, who has been running these services and contributed to them for years. And as I say, they still have not been able to find, with regards to CCTV through the Community Safety Partnership on the former county council, what the money goes towards. And I think that's pretty dire. So, and not to be even mentioned that they do contribute significantly to it. And I would suggest that would be one thing that you do not want to cut anywhere, that you want to keep on. Thank you, Chairman. That's it.
To the wider point, we're aware that many town and parishes already contribute to the CCTV. However, the saving was for like the rest of the service on top of that. So they will continue to then contribute extra to then cover the service running. But we are aware that other, towns and parishes and cities have made contributions that have kept it running.
Thank you very much. Members, as I mentioned, that brings us to the end of those who I'd got on my list that I can, before we move on to the next section. But again, like we did last time, just a quick summary of some of the comments that we've made note of. Welcoming the partnership work being undertaken with Somerset's towns and parishes and city, and recommends that Scrutiny Committee for Communities receives quarterly update reports regarding the progression and delivery of devolution of various community services and assets to parish and town and city council. Scrutiny Committee for Communities to also receive quarterly update reports regarding the progression and delivery of income generation proposals with relevant towns, parishes, councils to deliver the target value to avoid stopping the CCTV service. Scrutiny Committee for communities to also have quarterly updates on the delivery of the devolution of specific assets and services to Yeovil Town Council as alternative solutions to these savings proposals, and to receive quarterly update on the capital bid, DCMS, and the potential capital investment in the Octagon Theatre. Okay, and again, we will come back to those at the end of this afternoon's business. If we move then on to our next section, which is adult services, and I think Councillor Revens and Mellock, you're going to give us a quick update if there's any updates that came since the briefing.
Thank you, Chair, and there are no updates from me since the briefing, but just to thank members who attended the memorial service for Councillor Dean Ruddle yesterday. It was a very lovely event and did do well for a much valued colleague. And I'll pass over to Mellock.
So there are no more updates at all to this from the meeting earlier on in the week. So I think it's probably there for me to open up to questions for anybody if they have any more.
Thank you very much. Looking to members of corporate scrutiny to start with. Yeah, I've got Councillor Johnson.
Hi, thanks, Matt. I wondered if you could provide an update on the work going on within communities to work further with communities for community care and micro providers, so that is that a route to making future savings?
So obviously, as much work as we can do with communities so that people can help themselves is the right way forward. Our micro providers, what people use those for is we pay something called a direct payment to individuals, and then they choose how they would like to use that. Our micro providers are one way that they use that, but that is both for those that we fund and for our self-funders. It's a great way of working. It's worked really well. It means you have local services in local places, which are what people would like, with the same people that support them on a regular basis that they have control over. So yes, that will continue. And we will continue. I think the main part for me is how, as a council, we work with communities together. Social care is a part of that, but it's about how communities support each other. And I think the transformation plans that are in place, part of that is how does the place that you live in become a place that supports all?
May I add to that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was referenced earlier that city, town and parish councils aren't going to have adult social care devolved to them. Well, that is true. But at the same time, there are many examples where city, town and parish councils are very involved in this space. I look at Withy Links and Withy Cares out in the Upper Tone area. That is a template that I think could be extended elsewhere, and that's an area that city, town and parish councils could step into in partnership with ourselves. So I think there is considerable potential there.
Thank you very much. Just again, for all members, if you've got any questions, please indicate whether you're in the room or online, and I'll get you on the list. So I've now got Councillor Slocum.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As the Chair of Adults and Health Services, I raised on Wednesday many issues, nearly all of them, I think, because I don't want to see any of these depleted in any way. So I will, obviously, maximising fees and charges was a big concern. The biggest, I think, for me is at the moment the mental health and substance misuse. I think we've all heard the tragic stories this week on the media, and many of them are attributed to mental health. I do not, and I ask you please to look at this again. We cannot deplete the services for mental health. We need all the help we can get, because that again will have a knock-on effect on other services in our community. So I would ask you look at that. The Learning Disability Employment Service, I think those are helping people back to work, back into society, and to support people to live independent lives, which I think is, again, it all comes under this umbrella of caring for our people, which in the end depletes other services that we'd have to go to if they're not cared for. The floating dementia service, I was noticed that was going to be taken off. and it is a high risk. I feel that that is a great value to many people who have family members suffering in this condition. So I would ask you and urge you, but I think, to be honest with you, I think the whole of adult care, I think this should not be taken away. I think that this is a prime example of where we're trying to make savings, and in the end, they will not be cost effective, because other people will end up having to fill those gaps. Those gaps were taken away years and years ago, and some of the end results we've got today are because of it. So I would urge you to look at all these areas that I've raised today, please, and see whether we can actually wrong place. Thank you. Oh, sorry, it was still saying I was on, but thank you. I'm always on.
Thank you very much. Councillor Redmond or Mel, do you want to answer?
Okay, so let me take you through some of those savings. So the Step Together saving that you first talked about, which is the saving which supports our client group that have mental health needs, drug and alcohol. Where we are with that is we have been discussing with the provider. If you choose to take that, we will have a 6-month stagger in that, and we are able to do that as part of this and have the funding available to do it. And as part of that, what we do is we'll set up a project plan and we're already working on it with the provider, just in case this is happening. And what we look at that point is, how do we soft land this service in other ways? How do we help and develop this service going forward? And how do we look at our open mental health services that are working really well to pick up some of this for us with our health colleagues? So although it isn't a saving, it's a high risk saving. As you know, when we did the EIA for this, it was supporting 216 individuals. It's now supporting, as of today, 154 of those, with about 30 referrals waiting in the wings, which it will accept, because you don't keep people forever, but we will work this through together. So I think it's a difficult saving, yes, but it's a saving that we can do by redesigning the services and doing it differently. In relation to the service for employment, Discovery is the only commission provider for this service. And again, of course, we've been having conversations with them. And again, within this, we would extend that contract for 6 months if you took that. As part of that, it is not a statutory service, and the guidance for us in this area says that we do not have to commission, but what we do have to do is ensure that there is a service out there. So what we've got planned in this area is, first of all, to again look at a soft landing, look at some income generation opportunities for this, and work with others. So we are looking at some one-off funding to come in here from elsewhere to work through. Discovery are already working really proactively in this space and have been generating some income in via access to work claims. So again, there's other ways of doing it. It is working with communities, it is working with employers. So we will continue to do this as we work forward. And then finally, the one you raised around dementia, that contract is due to end, and actually the provider of that is seeing that there's a different way of doing it and isn't really wanting to continue that service, because we can do it through our open mental health services that we've got out there. So those 3 services, not great, but we will be able to manage and mitigate.
Thank you very much. Councillor Redmond, you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. It was just a quick one, really. I want to speak in relation to the Learning Disability Supporting Employment Service proposed saving. It's an important, there's no doubt that it's an important and a valued resource for some of our adults with additional needs. And it highlights there that the risk profile was high. The question is really around our equalities impact assessments and the way that they fit in relation to all of this. I'm really just seeking some assurance that you're comfortable that they're being adhered to, reviewed, and then when it comes to actually making this decision, that those are being considered prior to any decision being made to make any savings. And I suppose that I used the LD support as one, but this goes for all of the impacts and savings that you're proposing. I'm just seeking a bit of reassurance, please.
So all of the savings have got a quality impact assessment without a shadow of a doubt. So that's done as part of that process and the normal process that we would follow. So all impacts are considered as part of that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chilcott, online.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make sure I get my hand up earlier next time so I don't get caught out. Just a couple of questions, if I may. Firstly, on a couple of specific lines. The first one is the local assistance scheme. So a few questions with that, because I've seen that as a really essential piece of really grassroots support. So has the money been used this year, and what was it used for? And I'll stop there actually for the moment. I'll do that one first.
Some of the money has been used this year. There is still some left in the local assistance scheme as part of that. It's a grant funded and it supports individuals through community and voluntary services, but it also supports them in slightly different ways. So yes, some of it's been used, some of it hasn't at this moment in time.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get at, most councillors won't know what that is, what it does. My understanding is it really helps those in desperate need to perhaps have a carpet or a fridge. Is that correct? Because I don't think from what's
it
here.
is absolutely correct. It's for appliances. We've got other ways of doing that as well. So it's not necessarily just this way of doing that, but yes, it does support in those areas.
Okay, I just need councillors to understand in making that saving there, it will impact on some of our most vulnerable. And for me, I'm not quite comfortable with that because I know how really crucial it's been for many in the community. So the next question is around 0012, which is use of government grant to fund preventative services, and that's sort of showing in 25-26. Again, I didn't know what that line meant exactly, so can someone just talk that through to me?
Okay, this one again is in the following year, and it's about how we can use our preventative grants in a slightly different way. We also don't know yet whether we're going to be funded for them. So the challenge we have in adults is that we have 2-year funding, or maybe 1-year funding, and a lot of it is in that space. So therefore, we have to think through how we use that going forward. And again, that's in there not for this year, but for the following year. And we'll be working through how we manage that, what we do, and how we take that forward going forward. So it's in there as something for the following year to think through how we develop our communities, how we can do things differently. In terms of the grant you talked to me before, just so that you're fully aware, the reason we stopped in this is because the government have stopped funding it. It's a grant that they have now ceased. So we have to do something different about it. And that's why.
Thank you. It's just that all councillors need to be aware that it will affect our most vulnerable. So moving on to My Life, My Future, we've got the 5 million again, which is a sort of big ticket item as it was last year. So 2 questions with that. Firstly, I thought that the savings weren't made last year, so I was sort of expecting to see 10 million there and not 5. Following up from that, I understand that we have got staff in working on this already. You know, is that gathering pace, and i.e. will that first month in the new year, will we see savings right away? And my last question, because I know Bob won't probably let me anymore, is around benchmarking. We're looking at some savings here, but the biggest pressure this year for adults is the huge increase we are seeing in the amount that's being asked for. Can I ask how that benchmarking went and where do we sit within other councils given our pressure on budget? Thank you, Chair. I squeezed in a 4th one quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, let me try and take those one at a time. In terms of the current budget, and let's start with the Newton Europe and piece first. What we have there is, yes, we are on track. We track it every month and we take that to scrutiny. The last scrutiny report really clearly showed that we are already making that money now, and therefore, as we start the new year, we are on track to deliver within year. It is a £10,000, 10 million, 10,000, I wish, £10 million savings in this area. And there is £10 million. What we've done is put that into the base budget already. So it's already in as part of, it's already in as part of that. So that's in there. So you would be able to see it, but I'll get Jason to explain that slightly better than me if you need to.
So the current year's budget, the 23-24 budget included £5 million worth of savings. The 24-25 budget included another 5 million. So it's the 5 plus the 5 is the 10 million total savings. Clearly in the current year, we haven't achieved all that £5 million savings, hence why the budget monitoring is showing some overspend in that particular area.
Okay, and then finally, you talk about the benchmarking we've done. What we have done this year is a really robust look at the cost of adult social care within Somerset. We've rebased that budget, and you'll see in the documentation and on slide 24, the big piece on there is our provider inflation and what we need to pay our providers to enable them to continue in Somerset, but also to pay a price for care that is still lower than our neighbouring authorities, but a price that they will accept that will enable them to continue. So that is in there. Our benchmarking is still quite low. So if you look at our use of resources data that has come out just recently, you will see that our spend on our older population is still very low, and we continue in that way. But that is because it's not always a bad thing. And I just want to keep telling you that, because if you get your communities right, if we continue to get the places that people live right, then the spend doesn't need to be as high because people live well and independent lives.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. A quick, slightly follow-on question, if I could. In terms of the report that we have, there's the MTFP forecast, which shows for adult services, and I don't know whether it's a question to adult services or whether it's a question to Mr. Vaughan, the budget going from 180 million this year to 237 next, then 270 and then 319, which are very substantial increases each year. If we could just have some understanding as to where that's coming from, and I think Mel's touched on that. But also in the financed by, there's a grant, social care support grant, which for a couple of years has £6 and £5 million increases, then suddenly has a £46 million increase in the last year. And I just wonder if you could explain where that's coming from.
Yeah, so the social care grant is part of the funding from government as part of the overall finance settlement for councils. So government over the last couple of years have kind of switched and targeted funding into social care. It's not actually, it is for social care in its wider sense. So it covers both adults and children's. Indeed, that is the area where we saw the extra £500 million announced as extra funding last week. So we expect that area to grow. We're expecting the funding formula for councils to change going in the future. So I'm not quite sure whether that grant will be assumed into the new funding formula going forward.
Okay. And in terms of the ongoing increases that are built in, is that part of the base budgeting work that you were explaining?
So absolutely, that's part of the base budget. And it's also an understanding of how our market will work going forward and our demographic growth. So if I just give you a little example for you to help you out here. So from an older population, what we do to manage the demographic growth is have a look at we look at all of our trend data and look at the amount of people that we're placing in residential and nursing care during a year. So we probably place about 650 people into our residential settings and nursing settings a year. Out of that, that's offset by about 600 people leaving that service or dying from that service. So it's probably a net 50 people. So what we do within that is have a look at that, work it through, manage it, and then some of the costs that you will see are in there. The rest of the costs will be inflation costs for our provider market.
One final question, which I think Councillor Evans has answered in other places, but in terms of the 5 million grant that we've just had from government that's to help with social care, that doesn't enable us to remove some of the savings that we were already looking at making.
Unfortunately, the £500 million, we received about 5 million of that we forecast, but know precisely next week exactly how much that works out. It's kind of a drop in the ocean when you look at our cost pressures. It doesn't solve a 100 million gap. It still doesn't mean we can balance the budget. And if you look at the cost pressures when that adults alone, you'll see that £69 million cost pressures coming through. It helps offset some of that. I just wish it was a bigger number.
Thank you very much. The last two questions I've got is from Councillor Nicholson and Ruth Hobbs, who I think is a co-opted member of the Scrutiny Committee. So, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The one that I want to ask about is the service that supports people with a combination of mental health and substance misuse. Now, we know that most of us tend to think of the vulnerable elderly when we think about adult social care. Most people don't live entirely on their own. Most people live in families. The greatest danger to children is the toxic trio of mental health, substance abuse, and domestic abuse. This is right in this part of the budget. I'd like to know more about how adults and children are working together to mitigate problems arising from a change from this change, and whether it means actually adding to the burden that children's services need to pick up, or whether it's being managed between the two services.
So this is a current service that only supports adults at this moment in time. That's where it does, that's the service that it supports. So over 18, it does support families, of course it does, but it is mainly supporting single individuals who perhaps have drug, alcohol and substance misuse problems as part of their tenancy and a part of their support. So that's the service. Obviously, as we go through a review of this and have a look at the 154 cases that may be slightly less, we will prioritise triage and do Care Act assessments where appropriate. At that point, we obviously link with our children's services if there are families and children involved at that point, and think through how do we do this differently. So yes, it could impact, but we would be well aware of that, and we'll be working together to mitigate wherever we can.
Thank you, but I'm a bit unconvinced.
Thank you. Ruth Hobbs, if you'd like to.
So mine's relating to the Citizens Advice grants being ended, and probably more widely actually around the fact that the support will be provided through the community and voluntary services. Has any scoping work actually taken place around the capacity within those? Because what we're starting to see already is them closing their doors due to not having funding themselves.
Okay, so we have funded the core contract for Citizens Advice. This is an add-on to that contract. And so the core is still funded through a different route. This is just additional funding that we were placing from an adult social care perspective.
That doesn't answer my question around whether any scoping's been done about capacity within the voluntary sector to be able to pick up some of these, because it doesn't cover just this, but there's a lot of recommendations that then say it will be picked up within the voluntary and community sector. As I said, we are already starting to see those agencies saying they can't pick up cases.
James.
Chair, thank you. I'll help answer that. So the core part of the agreement with the VCSFE sector, particularly with Spark and with Citizens Advice, was to be able to commence that review to understand the level of activity they currently deliver, but also what they could be expected to or would want to deliver in the future, and begin to build that capacity. Clearly, as part of developing a new approach for this authority, we'll need to consider how we develop that partnership, and that's what that core funding is there to do, to consider how we evolve and develop them moving forward. So every time we see a proposal that has an impact on the VCSFE or the community sector, that conversation then starts with them to understand what the impact could be and how it could be mitigated. And that was the core reason why that executive decision was taken, to put that resource in place.
Thank you.
I think the other bit alongside that, you will see that 2 of these savings were taken off, one for our carer services and one for our village and community agents, which is our core community support from an adult social care perspective. That was the reasoning behind it. So we will continue to develop that as we develop what happens in our communities.
Thank you. I'll just come to Councillor Lashon before we move on to the next.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to Mr. Jones' comments that those were multiple year agreements, funding agreements for Citizens Advice and Spark. And that was really important to us, because not just because they need to know and we need to know that they're there, but also because of the financial emergency and any implications that that has. Those multiple year agreements were really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, we've made a note to put some work towards the adults Scrutiny Committee and Health to look at having updates on the delivery of the ADS 1, 4, 5, which were the 6, 7 and 11, which are the big ticket items that we were talking about at the start, and particularly for them to scrutinise any adverse impacts on service users, partners and providers, so that we can see how that moves forward. Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments at the moment, so we'll move on to our next section for this part of the meeting, which is children, families and education proposals. Councillor Shearer and Claire Winter, is there any update that you have for us before we move into the questions?
Thank you, Chair. There's no change to the papers. There's no update since you last saw the papers on Wednesday. Thank you. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions direct? I'll give first go to the, again, corporate. I've got then, I'll come back to members on the front bench if they wish to. So I've got Councillor Redmond and then with Hobbs again. So
Chair, thank you. As chair of the Children and Family Scrutiny Committee, I have a number of questions, but for expediency, I'm happy for you to take questions from members. And as I cross my list off, I'm happy to do that. But what I would ask is, if possible, you bring me in as the last speaker to be able to finish it. But I just wanted to use the opportunity to mention now something I will be commenting on later when we discuss the proposed savings in scrutiny. I wanted to remind members and council that now more than ever, we need robust scrutiny. The potential risk of changing our current arrangements against the minimal saving it might make compared to the potential consequences of poor scrutiny must mean we are able to continue as we are. If anything, we need scrutiny more now than ever to ensure adequate oversight. I will be suggesting later that we make a formal proposal to leave scrutiny as it is, and maybe, if necessary, commit to a further review. But I'll hold for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got, so we'll come then to with Hobbs first, and then I've got Councillor Johnson and Councillor Slocum.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of items on there concern me, given that the increasing need for support from young children. And the first one was the arrangement with educational psychologists. Now, presumably there is something in place to, I'm guessing this is just a contractual arrangement and we will still have access to educational psychologists, because that work is increasingly vital for our young people. And the other question I had was regarding the the SEND. There's a lot more children coming forward requiring SEND support, and I see that there's a reduction in the anticipated recruitment of 9 down to 4. And I believe that SEND team are incredibly busy already in supporting people with SEND needs, and I just wonder how that is now proposed to be met with fewer people.
Thank you, Dawn. I'll do the second of the two questions and ask Claire to do the first around educational psychology. On the 9 places or the 9 possible positions within the SEND team, we have recruited 5 of those already. The 4 additional we have not yet recruited, and so far, admittedly, that is a very stretched team. But what we're working on around all of the work around the deficit management plan and the rest of it, we're looking at how to become more efficient and effective within the team that we have. So the actual team thought they were okay to let those 4 who we haven't actually been able to recruit to yet drop this time and cope with people that we've got, because we've got 5 additional anyway to the team. In relation to education psychology, so we have a statutory duty to provide education psychology services, particularly in relation to children with special needs and disabilities. We're not intending to reduce the statutory function or reduce any of the qualified education psychology posts. What we're doing is reducing the number of non-qualified education psychology associate posts, because we don't believe that we require those going forwards. We use those posts, we currently have 8, so we're reducing to 4. We use those posts, basically they're students, education psychology associates usually, to train them up to be able to take over those posts as education psychologists, or they move out and move elsewhere. And we feel that 4 is sufficient to give us that pipeline.
Thank you very much. Ruth Hobbs at the back, please.
So looking at the educational psychology and the reduction and the SEND team together causes me concerns, because I can see that a reduction in the educational psychology service and the number of children that we've already mentioned this morning that are now presenting with emotional based school avoidance, which that service is currently picking up and will be reduced, is going to then push people towards the statutory service, and we won't have caseworkers to be able to manage that. So has the two proposals together been looked at effectively to make sure that risk by the two is actually going to be manageable?
So yes, in terms of the impact on the system from not having those posts, the education and psychology posts, they're posts that have a 2-year cycle effectively, isn't it, as a psychology associate post. So some of those posts haven't been recruited to, so we're not actually removing people from posts for all those, or not removing anybody. We're ending when 2-year cycles come round, they will end. We do recognise the emotional based school avoidance issue. There are still education psychology associates who are working in a preventative role because they can't do a statutory role, so are working around that school avoidance work already. We do believe that 4 of those in that working in that area and alongside education psychologists will be sufficient. In relation to the increased numbers of children with EHCPs, there isn't actually an increase in the number starting to have EHCPs. It's fairly static, as I'm sure you're aware, in terms of the new starts. That the increase in volume is the increase in length of time that young people have education and healthcare plans. So the main amount of work in the SEND team is around the assessments for new plans. And that's fairly static, so we know we can predict how many people we need to do that work. There's obviously a huge volume of work around annual reviews, which we know we are not doing sufficiently well, but we think that's more to do with systems and structures than the number of people in the team, and that if we can get the systems and structures right, the number of people in the team are more than sufficient with those 4 posts removed.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got Councillor Slocum and then Councillor Nicholson, and I think that's all I've got indicating, so I'll then come back to Councillor Redmond. Okay. Councillor Slocum.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. It's about SEND again. One of the questions has already been answered. I won't ask that. So it's only 2, Chairman. You'll be relieved to know. I'm concerned about the external funding for the young people who are at risk of not being educated or training given employment post 16. And this might seem, there are a number of young people who have left the school area for various issues, and who are post 16 who have got no education ability, no education future at all, and I'm very concerned about that. I did see that it's going to come under the Shared Prosperity Fund, but that fund seems to be doing quite a lot, and I'm wondering if that's feasible as well. And my second question, which I'll ask together because it may be able to help, is funding the virtual school for children in care. I know, again, this is a great way of educating children. Actually, the virtual education level in and out of school, in and out of care, has actually proved fundamental for many, many families. And I'm very concerned that this funding is going to cease. And I wondered what you can give me reassurances where else we can get some money, because this work should not stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Both good questions. I think both of those are similar in a way, in as much as these are services that we're going to continue, but that we're finding alternative sources of funding for them. So I was very conscious, we've all been very conscious about how much is going into the Shared Prosperity Fund, but that's already been secured. So the first one you mentioned is already secured in that way. And the second one around the virtual school is going to be funded through a grant as opposed to through the revenue budget that we have. It is also for children who are looked after and who are actually in education. So that was just they're slightly different situations, but they're being managed in the same way by finding alternative funding.
Thank you. Briefly, Councillor Slocum.
Just a quick one, if I may. You're saying you think you're funding it through, but can we have just some assurances that this work will not be stopped? This work will be funded?
So we're very sure that with the post-16 work, that will not be stopped, because we, as Councillor Shearer said, we have secured the shared prosperity fund money. It just replaces the money we're already using, so the same level of service will remain. In terms of the virtual school, all we're doing is moving, as Councillor Shearer said, we're retaining the same level of service, but the Pupil Premium Plus grant is specifically for children in care. We never use all that grant, and at the end of the year have to hand money back to the government because we don't use it all. So it's more efficient to use the rest of that grant to fund the service provision than hand money back to central government, and not therefore we don't have to use the revenue grant to maintain that level of service.
Thank you very much. So I've got Councillor Nicholson, then I've got Councillor Hadley who indicated, and then Councillor Redmond will then come to the end and we'll break. So Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to return to the virtual school. Members may not know that children in care, children looked after, don't get pupil premium as of right, as children living with their families in deprived circumstances do. So this Pupil Premium Plus grant is generally dispersed to schools to provide the support those children need. Now, there are two questions. One is, I'm really worried if we have not been dispersing to schools money that they should have to support those specific children, and that's but that's a question about the past. I am really worried that we are going to use some of that money that should be supporting the school, the children in schools, to pay for our staff. If we have no way of supporting schools using that money, then yes, I would much prefer to see this used by us than given back to the government. But frankly, I'm really worried that we have not been giving it to schools in the way that we should be to support the children in the schools.
So we definitely have been using that grant to support children looked after in schools, and are providing schools with the money that's required for those children. What we stopped doing some time ago was just handing money out to schools for when they had children in care in their school, because actually schools were not using that money specifically for children who were in care. They were using them for general support in classrooms, which children in care did benefit from, but not specifically in relation to their own individual needs. So we did become more focused on how we handed that money out and asked schools to provide evidence of what they were going to do with those children in order to allocate the money appropriately for the direct benefit of children in care. That reduced the number of schools who came forward who wanted that money for children specifically, which meant there was a surplus in that grant. With the virtual school, the virtual school's function, as you know, is to support schools and children in care to get the best education. So using that grant to support the virtual school is perfectly appropriate because they have teachers in the virtual school who are working with schools directly to make sure that they are providing the right education and support for those children in schools, and also working directly with children in schools to give them the right support to ensure they get the best education possible. So it's an appropriate use of that grant and uses that money effectively, rather than, as I said earlier, having to hand it back to central government.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the foster carers savings that you're doing there. And with the difficulty of attracting new foster carers nationally at the moment, my first question is, how confident are you that you are going to be able to attract new foster carers in order to take these children out of residential care? And if you're confident that you can get the foster carers, why are we only looking at 5 children, which seems quite a low figure?
No, thank you very much. It's you're absolutely right. The foster carers I've been thinking about this quite a lot, about foster carers. Finding more foster carers and moving children out of residential placements is the right thing to do, but also coincidentally gets us a saving. But we're doing it because it's, as it says here, the right thing to do. The work has been gone. We've had people come in to have a look at us, to support us, to make us improve the way we're recruiting foster carers, and it is hard, and that's why we're only going for 5. I think Claire might be, she's more up to speed with this than I am, to see whether how happy we think we are, whether that's a high risk in terms of implementation. But we're certainly doing everything in our power to get more of our own foster carers on our books. 580 children in care, or children that we look after, 152 carers on our books. It's not quite enough, but we have, in the last year, we've kept that 152 stable. But we've lost some, but we've gained some. If we can continue to gain, then that number will increase. And I think also the thing is the 152 that we've got now are actually looking after more children for us. So we're getting some improvements in that. But I don't know, Claire, if you want to say where we are with how comfortable we are with that 5 target.
Yeah, thank you. So we're not intending to recruit 5 more foster carers in the forward year. We're intending to recruit a lot more foster carers than that, and they will take largely children coming directly into care, who tend to be in a younger age group. So the need to recruit foster carers for teenagers is high because our care population is largely older children. So our care population is largely 10 to 15-year-olds and some 16 and 17-year-olds. The very youngest children are a smaller cohort and move through the system much faster to a permanent home, either going home or to a family member or to being adopted. So in terms of recruiting people to care for teenagers, and it's the teenagers that are in residential care, teenagers, obviously, just because they're teenagers, any teenager is more difficult to look after, as we all know from our own, than a younger child, largely. Teenagers who are coming into care have had a lot of distress and trauma and will be more difficult to look after than your average teenager. So we need some pretty special people to look after teenagers coming into care. Teenagers in residential care are teenagers who are really, really struggling with life and need very expert care. And we will be moving teenagers from residential care where they've recovered to some degree from the trauma and distress, and we think they can manage a foster placement. But we do need people who are experts in working with teenagers and living with teenagers to be able to do that. So we think that finding 5 families who are going to be able to work with teenagers who are really struggling is realistic, but stretching it, to be fair, a little bit, and moving 5 teenagers out of residential care, as the Councillor Shearer says. Residential care is expensive. It's between 250 and 300,000 pounds a year, which is how we get to that £1 million figure, just over £1 million figure. But that's not the driving factor here. The driving factor is all children deserve to live in a family, and where they can do so, we need to try and promote that. So we will make a saving from this. It will be hard, I think, to get to that 5, but we think we can do it at a stretch.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Councillor Redmond.
Thank you, Chair. I'm conscious I'm standing between my colleagues and their lunch, so I will be concise and quick. It's a few important points I think we need to draw out from the proposed savings. So a point of clarification first. So in reference to the big ticket numbers, which is number 12 and number 14, which relates to the new homes pathway to independence, it's just some confirmation. I believe this is actually a new contract that's about to start or imminently about to start, and the savings are related to that changing process. That's the first one. The second one is in relation to Homes and Horizons. Just a request, please, that we take little steps. It's doing amazingly well for us as a council, but it's doing well because we're taking little steps, and we need to keep building on the good work we're already doing. The next one is in relation to the EHCP, the Education, Health and Care Plan proposal. Just a bit of clarification, really. It says the saving is related to using council staff to draft all EHCPs. If it's that, how is it beneficial, and how can it help the council in that way? And the final one, which I think is the big question, we've gone on a big journey recently. Somerset's Children's Services are now rated good under Ofsted, and my question to you, both the executive member and the Director of Children's Services, are these cuts that we're making impacting that? Are we putting at risk our good rating and the service we provide for our young people by having to make these savings? Thank you.
I'm just going to, forgive me, I'm starting on this one and just, trying to answer as many of the questions I can. And I know you'll be patient with me, Lee, and if I have to call Claire into some of these. A couple of things I just want to say. I'm really, really pleased that you actually acknowledge and that you're supportive, which I'd expect you to be, of the fact that matching children to new places is incredibly hard, and it should be hard, and we should take our time. And I'm grateful to Liz earlier for saying that you know, no child costs us money, placement costs us money, and the child is at the centre of what we do. So it is incredibly difficult to place children. It takes time, and we want to get it right, because what you don't want to do is have more places and more movements in a child's life, because that's massively detrimental. So I really appreciate that. The EHCP contract, because I asked about that, that's the enhanced contract. It was something, I think, and forgive me, Claire will put me right if I'm wrong, it was an attempt to bring in an external contractor to try to help us. It is what we've discovered with that is actually, it kind of builds more time in, because the real work is done with the professionals talking to the children, talking to the schools, talking to the parents, working out what that child wants. And then there's a kind of admin task at the end of writing it up. Well, if you haven't been part of the data collection, it makes the writing up just that bit harder, and they're not close to the child and they don't get the nuance. So that £125,000, I think it was, for that contract, which is coming to an end, we are not going to continue with, because we can do better ourselves through doing that process better. I'll start with the 16 plus contract, but again, they will put me right. Again, it's about, we can't move children around like widgets or, you know, boxes. We're not Amazon, but it is on the new contract, is that desire to make sure that from the front end, children, older children in this case, end up in the right place first time, so they get into those post 16 accommodations correctly. And I think if we can move some children into the provision from this contract, we can also save some money, but they end up in the better place as well. I might leave you to the last one though, Claire, around whether the cumulative efforts of all of our money saving attempts, is that getting in the way of delivering good service? And are we getting the right thing at the end? I'll let Claire come in, if I may.
Yeah, that's a very helpful question. I mean, I think I have to be very honest about this, that I do feel that the council has protected children in this budget round.
Yeah.
We know that everybody in this room is a corporate parent. We are all parents for our children in care. And we should, from my perspective as Director of Children's, be making sure that we can still provide the best quality care within the budget that we have, particularly for our children in care and our vulnerable children in our communities. And I do feel that so far the council has done that for us. In terms of social workers and the Ofsted grading, the work that our social workers do is amazing, and our family intervention workers. I'm very lucky to have the most amazing staff who work incredibly hard and are very good at their jobs. We've got a fairly consistent workforce who are dedicated to trying to do the right things for children in Somerset. I don't think that these cuts have any impact on their ability to work with those families. The issue could be, in the longer term, that if Somerset becomes a less attractive place for social workers and people working with children to work, that will have an impact on the number of people in our workforce, and therefore the stretch in terms of the number of children that people work with will impact, as it's obvious, isn't it? The number, if you increase the number of children people have to have on a caseload, it will impact on their ability to do really high quality work. That isn't the case at the moment. We have a consistent workforce who still want to work in Somerset, still dedicated to children in Somerset, and I'm confident at the moment that our the quality of the work we're doing is being maintained.
Thank you very much. Members, that brings us to the end of that section. So again, if I can just summarise some of the points that members have raised. So we are looking at that, yeah. So recommending that Scrutiny Children and Families receive quarterly reports regarding the deficit action plan for high needs block and the dedicated school grant and the continuation of the statutory override. We're looking also for the Children and Families Scrutiny to receive updates on the delivery of the savings proposals CFE 3, 4, 5, 9, 11, 12, 13 and 14, which all were mentioned, together with scrutinising any adverse impacts on young people, partners and providers, and seeking assurance from the executive that the proposed savings do not adversely affect outcomes for vulnerable children and the Ofsted rating that the council has invested significant staff and financial resources to achieve. So again, those will be recommendations that we'll be looking at this afternoon. And again, coming back to a point I think that Councillor Redmond made earlier, from the recommendations we've already come up with, there are a number of work streams that are being put towards scrutiny committees. So that may well come up for part of the discussion that's coming on later this afternoon as well, in the role of scrutiny. Members and officers, can I thank you all for your efforts this morning? We're going to close this section for the moment. We will restart again after lunch. We're going to take a 30-minute break, so we will be looking to restart at about 20 past. So if you can all have your lunches and be back ready to start at 20 past, we will start promptly because we've got a lot to get through this afternoon. Thank you very much. To be succinct in their questions and their answers, that would be most appreciated. Okay, so we'll make a start then, please. If we move on to the next item, which we're going to cover, which is the climate and place budget proposals. So we have councillors Darch, Wyke and Wilkins, whose areas cover those, and Mickey Green. If you'd like to just introduce members, if there are any updates to the reports that you've previously put in.
Thank you, Chair. You will see on slide 33 that there has been an amendment to the proposal to close 5 recycling sites based on sites that would offer the largest saving per tonne, are the current highest cost per visitor, and minimise the impact to the surrounding catchment areas. And those sites named were Castlecarry, Cheddar, Crewkerne, Dulverton and Willerton. That is being changed to make savings from the core contract for household waste recycling centres. And if you go to slide 34, it gives the rationale for that decision. And really it's about the fact that our commercial negotiations are continuing. There might be some alternative options, which means we could close fewer sites, but no promises there. But it gives us some time to look for other options to achieve a more favourable outcome. And I think, as Federica Smith-Roberts, I think, mentioned, was probably in the workshop the other day, you know, we asked officers to come up with a list of savings, however unpalatable. Closing some recycling centres was one of those, but actually negotiating with the contractors takes quite a lot of time. So that's the reason for that change. I'm happy to talk a little bit about some of the context around recycling centres, but you maybe want to go on to other things first, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other updates that any other? Councillor Wilkins.
Thank you, Chair. I have no updates from Wednesday's workshop. However, work is ongoing. I would like to say that highways is often an area first looked at to find savings. Due to years of previous streamlining of our services, many of our proposals have been marked as high risk. However, our team are well versed at adapting to changes of funding levels and will continue to provide the best service and managed risk with the available funds. The timeline to bring some of these savings has been challenging in regards to devolution of services, especially when we are currently transitioning all our highways contracts. There are many savings that, although small, their impact can be significant. For example, the £5,000 saving from the Community Rail Partnership.
Thank you. Councillor White, did you want to do anything at the moment, or you're happy as it is?
My apologies. No, we have no additional changes.
Thank you very much. Members, any comments or questions, please? Yeah, Councillor Power.
Thank you. And it's this is a question for Councillor Darch. I've been contacted, well, inundated with emails from my residents from Pitcombe, Bruton and Wincanton over the possible closure of the Castlecarry Recycling Centre. They wanted me to share their view that this will be a disastrous decision for the council to make because it's a vital resource for my residents. And also that the fact that they, as a council, we also want to keep the environmental aspect of it. So recycling is a major aspect of that, but then also travelling to another recycling centre, which will be across Somerset, will also rise CO2 emissions. So what will the other point that you'd make if it does shut? How will you help my residents achieve recycling in their division? Thank you.
Councillor Darch.
Thank you for that, Tom. And I'm probably more aware than anyone that this proposal has caused a great deal of concern around every named site. So it's not just the one in your community. My mailbox is full, and I know that other members are dealing with those concerns from those communities as well. So we are hearing that loud and clear. I would just like to give a little bit of context about the big picture, if we can kind of step back from the local issues. So the first thing I would say is that a third of English councils are proposing closures. Yesterday, the BBC reported that Hampshire is proposing to close 12 out of its 24 sites, so we're not alone. If we look at it objectively, Somerset Council has 16 sites, and we currently have the best rate in the southwest in terms of a ratio per household to site. If we took out 5 sites, we would still be above average if we had 11. So I guess one of my concerns is that if we were in the really uncomfortable position of commissioners coming in, they'd take out a lot more than 5 sites. And I think we need to kind of bear that in mind. In terms of statutory requirements, in the legislation, there's a requirement for 2 sites. That's clearly not enough. We need to provide more than that. But, you know, what is statutory is quite an important issue in this. We also have, you will have seen the budget pressures, and they're kind of divided up on this slide pack between slide 35 and slide 42. So it's kind of quite easy to miss. But we've got a huge budget pressure in terms of contract inflation, over £2 million. The government has just introduced new legislation which came in January to prevent us charging for the disposal of asbestos, rubble and plasterboard from DIY projects. And that is good for residents, but that gives us a budgetary pressure of 458,000. We've also had the persistent organic pollutants legislation, which is absolutely a good idea, because things like foam, sofas and furnitures, they're quite dangerous, and they need to be dealt with kind of like specialist care, but that is expensive. So that's another pressure of 120 grand. So actually, even if we weren't as a council in a financial emergency, we have got some quite difficult budget pressures. So, you know, I absolutely get your point, Tom, about it's kind of one of these things, isn't it? When you cut services in one place, there's a kind of unintended consequence. Yes, you're saving money, but you've got more travel. There are other kind of environmental issues. I wish I had a magic wand to kind of cure that. I mean, I guess in an ideal world, I'd like to see more reuse generally, and less, you know, more reuse and less disposal. Kind of like, you know, recycling, reuse is always the better thing. But it is really a wicked problem, really, one way and another. And I don't have a magic answer to that, but I think it's a really valid point.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I clearly caught your eye quicker than I realised. Okay, right. A couple of comments on the waste ones. I'd then like to go to transport if that's okay. On the recycling centres, is it possible to just give us some sort of indication about where this other direction is going in? So it's talked about making the savings in the core contract. Can some impression be given to us what because it will have an impact? So what might that involve? And just one, and this really is a comment, and it's a small one, although I think important. The black bags. Perfectly happy to go with that. I think it is workable and a sensible thing to be doing. I think it does need to be noted, though, that the well need to be thought into which materials go in which container. And I have to say, it's something I have a bit of background in. I think there may need to be a swap around there to make sure we continue to have quality recycling. But it doesn't need a response now. I just wish to, make it noted that there was something that just needs to be got right on that. So question really on the recycling centre, and if okay, I'd like to come back to transport, if that's right, and highways.
Thank you, Dave. So if I do those in reverse order.
February and March, shouldn't be 2 months, would it?
In terms of which materials go into which container, we have kind of taken that forward. The black bags being trialled in Froome, so we're kind of checking that it's workable before it's rolled out. In terms of the bigger question about what are those negotiations, I'm not able to kind of share that at the moment. It's commercial kind of sensitive negotiations. I think Mickey would support me in that, but we're just asking for a bit of time really until we get a bit further on with that, and then we will share it. Okay.
Thank you. I'll go with that for now. On the transport posts, it's proposed to remove 2 officers who work on policy. I understand their work particularly involves preparation for bids for further funding to do work on highways that we would like to see done. Could a little bit more money, a little bit more be said about what will be the impact of losing those 2 policy positions, and particularly with regard to how it might affect our ability to submit further bids for funding. On highways maintenance, and I expect others may wish to comment on this as well. But first, can I seek some clarification? And I'm fairly clear this is correct, especially now I found the equality impact assessment, which I must admit I only found yesterday. I'm not sure whether we'd had a link before. I just don't know whether I'd overlooked it. But anyway, I found them yesterday, and I had already, from questions, found some detail on this one. And the highways maintenance is a slightly odd saving because it's it actually proposes a saving next year, partly, and then to put the money back again the year after. So it proposes reductions on gullies and grass cutting, which are longer term. But for the reactive budgets, a whole number of them, ditches, jetting, gully emptying, hedge trimming, they're a 1 year only one for 2024, and then they're proposed to come back. Now, I think what is trying to be done here is trying to get the parishes to take this on. But I have to say this just hasn't worked, or not to the extent that it needs to. I'm afraid the messages was not clear to parishes and towns. Well, the information just wasn't given to them on what highways maintenance was to be cut. As I say, I think, we're starting to at least see where the budget's being reduced. But it's only just starting to become apparent and what the effect will be in each parish is. I just don't think we're in a position to take this saving now, and it's a one-off saving anyway. So I wish to raise that and see what response is given. But I definitely think especially the reactive saving needs to be taken out, and maybe it's good to hear what others have got to say, but I've got a potential proposal for that if that's what's needed to move it forward. And then thirdly, on bus subsidies. And again, I've now read what the quality impact assessment says, which gave a lot more detail than what we'd received before. And I have to say, I'm really concerned at this. It talks about a reduction in bus subsidy of potentially being between 117 and 468,000 pounds. And our buses are not supported enough at the moment. We've got many services where they're, already have been cut back too much. And the buses is definitely one of them. They need more funding, not considerably less. So I would like to see that review and all the work it entails, which again is made clear in the quality impact assessment. I don't feel we should be doing that in this way. And I also wish to just draw attention to the fact that we've had the BSIP funding, the bus improvement funding from government, which has enabled us to do some really good things in Taunton. That's going to start looking really badly if we cut the services from the rural areas as a result of reviewing the bus subsidy. It would just it would sit really badly and not look right at all, where some people are getting buses for £1 fares and others no bus at all to get them to hospital, to get them to work, to get them to college. We can't end up with that sort of situation. So I think that bus subsidy review needs to be, we can't go forward as proposed. And again, interested in response on that, but that's what I would say.
Thank you very much. Who wants to go first? Councillor Wilkins.
Thank you, Councillor Mansell. In regards to your first question about the two officers, it's likely that future funding for highways, transport and active travel schemes will be impacted significantly. The council will not be able to prepare strong businesses cases for investment and is therefore likely to miss opportunities for funding. We will progress fewer improvement schemes for transport and will not be able to participate in regional transport activity to the same extent as we currently do. It is likely that our plans and programmes for local transport will not be based on such a detailed evidence base and may therefore be seen as less robust by government, leading to a reduced overall funding settlement for infrastructure and transport. However, we will seek to mitigate these impacts through working jointly across climate and place to share resources and expertise in developing our new policies, plans and any high priority funding bids to ensure that there are robust as possible. A consultancy budget of around 90,000 is currently proposed to be retained to enable commissioning of technical work to support policy development and funding bids. But on the whole, it will reduce our ability to look at schemes. Highway savings. We're often asked about whether it's what are our statutory responsibilities amongst that, and the council generally has a responsibility to keep highways maintained so that it's safe for the travelling public. The detailed levels of service are not set in law, but we are guided by industry standards codes of practice for well-maintained highways. Our levels of service are published and policies used to judge any claims against us. At present, not many claims are successful as we deliver the service as specified. Following budget reductions over the years, we do not deliver levels of maintenance that we would regard as discretionary. The savings options being considered are to reduce some planned programmes, but we will respond where safety issues are identified. This does increase the risk of safety issues on the network and starts to move us away from recommended codes of practice. On the buses, there isn't actually any saving suggested at the moment. We will be doing a review of the bus services, but we will maintain our current levels of funding.
Thank you for those responses, and it is nearly as bad as, well, it is as bad as I feared. Could I make a suggestion as a scrutiny member, although not of the corporate and resources, but that part of the feedback to executive is that the transport post savings are not taken. It sounds to me that we're going to lose a lot more money than we save, and I know we need every saving we can get, but it does look like false economy. We're not going to just lose the cost of those two places. We're going to lose a lot of funding bids and a lot of work that we would like to see, infrastructure work, which we would like to see occurring in the future in Somerset by losing those. So I think real careful, that needs to be looked at, and urge the executive to think very carefully whether it is sensible to take that one. It doesn't look sensible to me. On highways maintenance, I think the position has been confirmed. And again, looking at the quality impact assessments, for which we got a link yesterday, it indicates that, and it is part of what's shown in the budget amounts as well, that 180,000 is to be taken from the reactive highways maintenance budgets next year only, and then it's to be put back in again. I don't think we're in a position to take that reactive saving now. The work has not been done for parishes and town councils to take over, and at the moment there is not enough of that work being done. We've got flooded ditches flooding the roads. The gully's not emptied. Some gullies completely grown over, so you can't see them. We cannot, we're already cut back too much. I'll make a suggestion here. If £180,000 needs to be saved, I would say the alternative place to get that money from is for money that would be going into the local community networks next year. I've asked this at parishes: what would you prefer, to keep having our LCN meetings as they are now, or highways maintenance? And for them, it's no choice. They want the highways maintenance. I'm not totally against LCNs, and I think we'll talk about those a little bit later. I'm not saying take them away entirely, but they're being attended by large numbers of officers, nearly more officers than members of parishes attending our last one. And we can work together as parishes and towns without all the administration and all what is being done with LCNs. We used to have joint meetings in our patch before. It looks like a luxury we cannot afford at the level it's going. So my suggestion would be keep the highways maintenance and take that money from the LCNs if it needs to come from somewhere else. And I made my comments on the bus subsidy. There are amounts given in the equality impact assessment up to £468,000 coming out per annum. I don't think we should be considering doing that. The buses have already been cut back too far as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vaughan, I might just come to you for a moment. In terms of if members wish to make recommendations about altering and taking out savings, a suggestion has been made about where that might be found. But I mean, what is the process that you would be looking to us as a scrutiny to do to guide and recommend to the executive?
I think what's been suggested there in terms of altering something in the budget and saying how that would be funded is the right way to do that, and that can be then a recommendation that goes on from here for the executive to consider at their meeting on the 7th of February.
So I think to some extent we will need to look at those, obviously, once we've had the information about other services such as the LCNs, which we are going to talk about later, I'm sure. But we will certainly bear in mind the issues that you've raised. If I could just follow up slightly on the highway point that has been raised, and I did sort of flag it up before the meeting. In terms of the highway saving, does that take account of expected future maintenance costs that may be incurred because repairs and maintenance haven't been carried out in the short term? And in a similar vein, there's another saving which is actually economic development savings, which I think it's CAP 009, which is talking about making savings from economic development, which I'd just like reassurance that because it's a bringing together of the various ED departments, it's not an actual saving in the money that we're looking to put into economic development, because again, that's where we will find future future jobs and future revenue coming to the area and to this council. So just want to make sure that's something that's built into those figures. So I don't really want to go with highways first and then ED, or who wants to?
Yeah, on the highways one, as is recognised in the paperwork, there is a risk that if we reduce the planned work, then it may result in an increase in our reactive costs. So it is something we would have to keep under review to make sure that we were genuinely delivering savings. It's very hard to quantify the extent of that. And we would need to revise our policies and service standards to ensure that we were kind of appropriately protecting and managing the council's risk in that respect. But yeah, there is a risk there. I can't deny that.
And I believe we get a grant from government because our highways are as well maintained as they are. Do we run the risk of losing some of that grant if our highways are no longer as good?
It's complicated. The grant probably conditions are probably more linked through to our transport policy that we'll be developing in the future rather than the condition. But I think that's where the points we've made before in terms of there's limited statutory guidance on what we have to do, but there is guidance and kind of accepted norms. So we're operating in that area of risk and professional judgment. So every decision we make does probably marginally increase our risk.
Thank you, Councillor White.
Thank you. The economic development saving of 450,000 is really an opportunity cost loss. That is, we won't have the capacity necessarily to respond to what is often very rapid response to local government opportunities, pots of money to do things in the future. What this doesn't do is stop any current contract or any current programme and the benefits. But what it does do is it's a reduction in opportunity cost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Slocum, you've got next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to concur with everything that Councillor Mansell has said and even go further, if I may. I think it's an absolute disgrace. I think when I saw this, I thought you're just having a fun moment in the middle of this because to brighten our day. I think to actually reduce our maintenance, many of us know we've got potholes in our roads that we could get back through to Australia. The legacy you're leaving our parish councils on all maintenance and other issues, to pass that on to the parishes in some smaller way is just not acceptable. And I believe the LCN idea is a brilliant one, and I would definitely support that. But I am dismayed to think that you see some larger parishes might be able to cope with this, but you have to think about the smaller parishes who wouldn't be able to deal with this at all. On another issue, I'd like to talk about the school crossing patrols. And recently in my area, a gentleman died, and it was the crossing patrol person was there at limited time, and had he been there, he wouldn't have. I believe. Well, I won't go into it, but the need and the great need for crossing patrol people is absolutely fundamental for our schools every day and every night. So I would ask you, please look again at that. It's a small costing and absolutely so greatly need. And I'll go to my third question, then I can wait for the answer if that's okay. And the planning fees income, I would like to could somebody expand on that exactly, because surely that's going to affect our economy and our employment. And I'd just like to ask that question as well, please, Mr. Chairman. I did chuck in an extra one there. I apologise.
Got away with it once, Joe. Councillor Wilkins, do you want to go first?
Yeah, on the crossing patrols. First of all, could you give the our condolences to the family of the person that was? Sorry. Yeah, it's very upsetting when you hear about constituents that have been killed or hurt in these circumstances. But a reduction in the council budget could have a variety of impacts, such as schools having to find funding from elsewhere within their organisation or consider having to stop operating them. The schools could explore other ways to fill the funding gaps, such as seeking support through towns and parish councils. Again, we did write to all 28 affected schools
to understand their likely response to the funding reduction. 8 schools have responded to us as of the 26th of January, with 4 stating that they would aim to fundraise, but could not guarantee securing funding. 3 would ask parish councils for funding, and 1 would cease altogether.
Welcome.
Can I just come back, please? I think when I was talking to you about an area, there's a school crossing patrol person who is there in the mornings and the night. They do a tremendous job in a very difficult area. The area I was talking about where there had been an accident was at a different period of time when the patrolman wasn't there because he's only booked in from the school. You cannot expect schools to take on more costs. They're already taking on an extremely high level of costs. This is a safety area. What I'm saying is your patrol people that you have now on crossings are absolutely crucial. I did answer the survey. I did go back to the school and I let them know how marvellous this person on this particular crossing, how well they do. And they do in other schools where there is tremendous amount of traffic. What I'm saying to you is you can't keep passing this over that the parish council will pick it up or the school will pick it up. Surely we as a council have got to take some responsibility. It's a safety responsibility. And I would urge you, it's a small cost and please think again.
Thank you.
Planning.
And the question was raised about the planning fees as well. That's how that will be generated, because I believe planning fees are set nationally.
Yeah, I'll talk about planning. This saving is actually a net saving on the planning service budget, and it's based on increased income. And the income is in 2 parts. There is the nationally set planning application fees, and these have this time been allowed by government to increase above inflation, and that is beginning to recognise that actually planning should be perhaps borne by the applicant more, the cost of planning application borne by the applicant rather than the council. And the second thing is there are a number of services which we can apply local fees to, ice and monitoring, and all these again have now been brought forward as part of the overall offering. So while the planning service won't be decreased in any way, the what you're seeing is a saving based on improved income.
Thank you. Ms. Green.
I think Councillor Slocum also had a question about maintenance, so I just wanted to confirm that potholes aren't part of that kind of challenging saving in terms of maintenance. So it, as Councillor Mansell indicated, it's kind of in 2 parts. It's permanent savings, which are removing the second grass cut on A and B roads and removing the gully emptying of in the lowest flood risk areas only, so the ones that currently happen every 4 years. So that tops up to £150,000 of that £330,000 total, and clearly we'd continue to respond to any reactively to any safety issues identified. The other element, which is the bit that reverses after a year, is drain jetting, gully emptying, hedge trimming and noxious weed treatment. So, and it's right to say that conversations are ongoing with parish councils, including preparing to publish a parish price list. That clearly the consequences of going through a change in all of our highways contractor means that's kind of been challenging to get out as early as we'd like. And clearly if local people wanted to do stuff, we'd need to work with them through in training. So it's a challenging timescale, as all of those devolution ones are.
Thank you very much. I've got 4 speakers who I've got coming up, which is Councillor Wren, Nicholson, Hunt and Borden. One question, if I might, just before I come to those, which is again relating to highway maintenance, but the bridges saving that is highlighted, which is CAP 36. From what I'm aware, there is already a backlog in terms of bridges repair. It's highlighted on yours as a high risk saving. And what impact is that going to have, bearing in mind the current issues in terms of safety that are caused by potentially dangerous bridges?
Respond to that, Chair. Yeah, there is a saving agreed in the previous years that the contract inflation would not be awarded, so we have no alternative but to manage our works programmes within the available budget. Previous saving.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Wren next. Councillor Wren.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a couple of things. I don't want to sort of flog the highway maintenance to death because I think that's already been done. I think what I would say is that there is a considerable gap between the aspirations of this council to devolve some functions into the parishes and the willingness or ability of the parishes to actually take them on. Now, I presume that gap is actually going to be met by officers from this council. What I think we need to make sure is that we do have the capacity, whilst we're doing everything else, in order to make this transition happen for the longer term. And this, of course, is an issue right across the board with a lot of other functions we're hoping others will take on. I'll leave that one there. Over lunch, I had a word with Councillor Darch, who said she was going to say something about the flood team. My ward was, or my division was severely affected by flooding. The flood team is under an awful lot of pressure to produce reports and things like that and generally help out. And I'm under the distinct impression it's severely under-resourced, and because of the weather patterns we're having, needs to be increased, which of course comes as a pressure. So I'd like someone to say something about that. The other thing was about buses. Councillor Mansell has mentioned this, I think, and I can't find it in the papers now because the numbers seem to be jumbled, or perhaps that's just me, I don't know. There was a reference to the review being conducted on the basis of whether it met a statutory obligation or not, and I'm not quite sure where statutory obligation and non-statutory obligation meet. So that would be quite helpful, particularly if we do end up having bus services under threat. And the final thing was about advertising. I was always under the impression that this council could charge people for putting up random signs on the roadside. And certainly years ago that highways officers used to go around pulling them up if the people hadn't paid the £600 to put them there. I note that we want to go and put adverts on roundabouts and things like that, but I wonder if we have any system, or whether we still pursue fly posters or people who put events notices up on the highway, whether we still do that or not, or whether there is an income opportunity there. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, Councillor Darch, do you want to go first on the flood, and then we'll come to Councillor Wilkins on the highways?
Thanks, Chair. So, yeah, Quill, I agree. You know, with the increase in flood events, our resources for the lead local flood authority is very important. In fact, our staffing position is much improved, much better than it was. So we have a budget for 8.8 full-time permanent members. Not quite sure what happens to 0.2 of the 9th person. We currently do have 2 vacancies in that team, but we've seconded someone from the climate and environment team to support us with Section 19 reports. And we really are very aware that, you know, for Somerset, water is going to continue to be a really big issue. So we're working to make sure that we've got a strong and resilient team, and that we're working with partners to make our communities resilient too. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilkins.
Thank you. On the buses, the review is actually, part of the review is to answer that question about statutory side of things. I think you asked a question about advertising highway assets. Council doesn't allow advertising by the roadside outside our own managed programme due to the health and safety implications. Our signs are carefully located on roundabouts and are an appropriate size and content as not to be a distraction to drivers. Action is taken against illegal advertising.
Thank you very much. I've got again a number of speakers now, so and after these I will have to move on to the next topic with a time looking at it. So it's Councillors Nicholson, Hunt, Boyden, Johnson and Chilcott. So it's Councillor Nicholson first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think 3 things I want to mention. The first one on buses, absolutely understand there need to be reviews. We need to make sure that they're right. One of the things that worries me is that the quality of service in some of the routes is so poor at the moment and so unreliable that it is depressing the number of people using the services to a point where it will be quite difficult to get useful information. And it would be improper to decide that they were not needed because they are not being used because they are useless. So I hope that that will be taken on board. That's one. The second one is, I'm jolly glad I don't live in Devon. I think my roads would be a lot worse than they are at the moment. But certainly I have to drive through Devon between home, from Somerset to Somerset, and I see the differences. Nevertheless, what I would want to say here is the experience of the highways pilot that we have had is that costs for the local authority can be reduced by using the information that hearing the information that can be given locally, because that has been a difficulty. And one of the things which doesn't cost money is the culture of openness to hearing and considering other views than those of the strictly professional, because other people don't always not know what they're talking about. And so I think that could be used as a way of mitigating some of the issues that you're talking about. And the third one is back to the dread the dread waste subject. I would make a plea both that local understanding, information and advice should be listened to, because there are people who have stuff to tell us that we need to hear and the administration needs to hear. And in particular, the importance of not regarding one part of the whole waste service in isolation from the others, because they are not isolated. We need a recycling service, a recycling centre, because we can't, the curbside the collection doesn't deal with what we need it to deal with. The question of what do we charge for bulky items? Where is the payoff between thinking about different ways of doing things? And that means engaging with people in the areas of Somerset, understanding what it is that is needed to serve their needs. And that is a way of designing a service rather than saying recycling centres are too expensive.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Darge.
I'll just respond to that very briefly, because we have had some conversations. I'll just to say, I really welcome that kind of solution focused approach to the problem. We definitely will be listening to local people. Obviously, sewers and BIFA are separate contracts, and that gives some constraints, but you know, within that we would work very hard to see if we can kind of, you know, work towards a constructive way forward. I don't know if Mickey, you want to add anything to that?
No. So, Councillor Wilkins.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. First of all, very much noted what you said on the buses, and it's very much understood. And actually, the review will very much be indicated by social need. You know, it will be part of the review, is more so than necessarily numbers. And secondly, I mean, really helpful comment. You know, absolutely right. Yeah, we will be working probably through the LCNs in that regard. And thank you for that. It's very helpful to understand that where it has been working well.
Thank you. Very briefly, because we are really running tight.
To make the point, one conversation with one parish councillor and senior officers saved this council. Conversation took about 2 minutes. It saved this council between 40 and 50,000 quid.
Thank you.
I'd love to hear what that was at a later date, but thank you.
Okay, just again, a reminder to all councillors, both in terms of questions and answers, can we keep them as brief and punchy as you can, please? So it's Councillor Hunt next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, just to support Councillor Wren's view on the posters being stuck around, the A38 in Taunton here looks a little bit like the Exchange in Mart at the moment. So I would have thought perhaps there's some fines there to be had if that's indeed is what we're doing. CAP 036, you, Mr. Chairman, mentioned the bridges. I missed that actually. I don't want to reply now, but if I can ask that the Netherclay Bridge, which I believe is at number 1 on that list of repairs with ring fence funding, still goes ahead. The question I wanted to ask, which I did ask the other day, and Dixie and Richard have advance notice of this. I have had an answer, but I want an explanation for that answer. The question pertains to highway maintenance is happening less often when emptying gullies and cutting grass. So on behalf of our parish councils throughout Somerset, in fact, that some of them, many of them are taking on these things themselves. I'm concerned that the council's planned schedule of works goes out to the council clerks so that they're aware of when the schedule is taking place, particularly for grass cutting, so that those parish councils don't then cut the grass the day before it's due or something daft like that. The answer I received, which I just wanted to ask, what it actually means. This is from Mike. Thank you for that. This will be through discussions with LCN highway subgroups to enable work scheduling and avoid any duplication. I wonder what these LCN highway subgroups are. I've not heard of that. Good idea, but is it not just as simple to have that schedule, which I know exists, just simply sent out to parish clerks to save that extra bit? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. The comments are noted, and there are obviously different ways of sharing information. I think the LCN subgroups is reflecting learning from the Exmoor pilot, and also reflecting comments that other council have made that our staff capacity to do this is limited. So actually going out to talk to each parish, especially when sometimes explanations will be needed or two-way conversations. So using that LCN forum is a really practical way of kind of progressing that. But I note your comments about different ways of sharing information being helpful.
Thank you very much. Again, just it's been raised with us from those online. It would be very helpful if members, if you're referring to a particular saving, to quote what that saving is, or at least the page number that it's on in the report, so that people can follow online what it is that we're talking. So, Councillor Boyden, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. Yes, I've got 3 questions really. And the first one is CAP 012, the countywide booking system for household waste recycling centres, as in people would have to I assume residents buy a permit or log a permit, or there'd be an automatic way of getting them residents a permit. So can we see more detail of that proposed system, because that's quite a change before making the saving is brought forward, because we've only got one line on this. I'm not sure has there been any other information about that. And has the potential impact on fly tipping levels and the costs of that been looked at as well? And can that be written up in the report before full council has to decide on that saving, please? That's my first one.
If I answer that one, so there is more detail in the savings pro forma in the EIA. Apologies, I don't know through ModGov exactly how they're accessible, but happy to follow up afterwards to share that. But I guess what we're looking at is there are a number of options. So we already have a permit scheme in Somerset, like many other counties do. That's the target kind of trade waste abuse. So that's the van and trailer permit scheme. What we're specifically looking at here as a risk and as a cause of unnecessary cost to Somerset taxpayers is people coming from out of county into our sites, so the kind of sites around the fringe. So it's looking at options around kind of making sure it is only Somerset residents that are using the sites that Somerset taxpayers look for. As part of that, we're also reviewing what many local authorities brought in during COVID, during lockdown, and have maintained due to the kind of positive feedback from residents, though it is definitely not universally popular, not without risks, is bringing in a booking system so that you need to book a slot at your recycling centre to visit rather than just turning up when you want to. So all of those would then get explored through consultation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My second question is about CAP 007. The bond one is about stopping funding school crossing patrols. I know Councillor Wilkins talked about, I think 28 schools have been written to, copying in ward councillors as well, which is good. But only 8 had written back, so there's 20 that haven't responded. So firstly, what's being done to try and contact those schools, perhaps through division councillors? I've just noticed to email myself, but also what happens if the schools can't provide the funds? Is there any impact on children's safety? Is that being looked at? So can the potential impacts of ceasing a crossing patrol outside of school on children's safety be looked at in detail before taking that proposal forward? Because children's safety is very important.
So we've already written again to the schools because we were disappointed at the response rate, but absolutely that was part of the point of copying, and ward councillors would really welcome their support in nudging their schools to look at that, because as has been pointed out, actually it's that local knowledge that's invaluable. For some of them it may be they go, actually things have changed, we don't need it. It's not all schools that have these. Ultimately this is a proposal that, you know, we would cease that discretionary funding. So if nothing else happened, that funding would cease, and therefore those services would cease. But these discretionary school crossing patrols are entirely separate to the work we do on road safety in terms of responding to near misses, etc., and putting in interventions when there are identified safety issues. So these ones are not in there because of identified safety issues. They're in there because they're discretionary, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay.
Final
Thank you.
question, Councillor Boyden.
Thank you. Thirdly, the CAP 032 reduction in highway maintenance and devolution of service. Is there potentially an increased risk of road flooding if gullies are not likely to be emptied as often? And if so, can that be assessed? Like in winter weather, there's a risk of ice forming on flooded roads. Can that be assessed before taking this forward? And also, are parish councils being encouraged sufficiently to take up a service covering their areas? How's that going?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, we're only looking at the 4th in risk areas for flooding for the gullies. So it's the least risky in regards to flooding. So that's how we're working it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'll have to go to Councillor Johnson next, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm finding it slightly exasperating that there's so much conversation about saving everything, and this can't happen, this can't happen when we're in a budget emergency. You know, the incoming money doesn't match the outgoing money, and savings have got to be proposed, and this is what we're discussing. And if we just cut everything off this, then we don't make any savings. So alternatives absolutely welcome from me. I'd love to hear some great suggestions that haven't been considered here, but the only one I've heard so far is the LCM, which I won't be supporting because I will speak on that later. That's just a by the by. It's just frustrating sitting here hearing some of the comments. My question is regarding CAP 025 and the increase in TRO fees to cover corporate overheads. What are the corporate overheads? I think, you know, many people and residents are very aware of the inconvenience of the utilities doing works on our roads, and I don't know whether they're statutory, that we have to do all the signage, and, you know, is there more money we can get from these utility companies to cover the disruption they cause to the roads and the repair of the roads? I just didn't know what the corporate overheads saving was there. And the next question is basically, is there more we can do to get these utility companies to contribute to the council's expenses?
Thank you. Councillor Wilkins.
I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think it's a revenue more than it is a saving, as we're putting up the prices for the utilities. Is that right?
So I think the comment was that you're increasing the cost of these things, and that's why it's not a cut, it's actually an increased income.
That's absolutely correct. So like you'll see quite a lot of savings proposals, which are us allocating money against grants or capital. This is kind of a similar one to them, which is us, again, taking an even harder look to make sure that where we are entirely legitimately justified to maximise charges, whilst taking account of the consequences of those, that we are taking every opportunity to do so. So it's revenue generating.
Yeah. sorry, what the corporate overheads were that it was going to be supporting, and then were there any other avenues we could be exploring with utility companies?
Yeah, so it's various things. So obviously there are direct costs in undertaking a TRO in terms of the staff that are doing that. But those staff cannot do their job without our finance team, without their management, without procurement, and without legal. So it's reflecting that full cost in a way that's in line with the legislation that permits us, which is different for every type of charge.
Okay, so it's basically the internal costs within the council that are required to produce the TRO. Okay, thank you. The last questioner in this section is Councillor Chilcott. Again, Councillor Chilcott, if I ask you to be as succinct as possible, please.
Always, Chair, thank you. Page 89, CAP 031 says there we propose that during the next resubscription, this is for garden waste collections, we'll notify all remaining postal customers that this channel is being removed and insist that emails provided to ensure all future notifications are undertaken by email. That is absolute digital exclusion. We've got a lot of people in Somerset that perhaps can't use email because they don't have internet or don't have a computer or don't have the ability to use one. My suggestion for taking that is 10 pence on the other 64,000 annual subscriptions that would cover a letter to them in future. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Darch.
Just to come back on that, I think that the word insist has very kind of strong connotations, kind of certainly take that point. But I think there is also a phrase that there would be a phone number, so it would be possible for residents to telephone, because I think that was raised in the Equalities Impact Assessment on that particular case. So that was raised and it was amended. Thank you.
Thank you. My suggestion still stands that a letter for especially the elderly, and there are a lot that use them, they can't do anything else with their sort of garden clippings, etc. It's often done for them. I would much rather see everybody has a really tiny, modest increase so that we can continue to write for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I say, that brings us to the end of this section of the reports. If I can just again, as we've done before, I'll try and move the mic this time. So the items that we've had highlighted, due to significant member and public concerns about the potential closures, recommend that Scrutiny Committee Climate and Place receive quarterly updates to scrutinise the potential options to deliver this saving, which is the CAP, the household waste recycling centres, and any adverse impacts on local communities. The Scrutiny Committee Children and Families it should be Climate and Place, absolutely, to receive quarterly updates on the delivery of savings proposals CAP 1, 2, 7, 12 and 36, together with scrutinising any adverse impacts on local communities and partners. In terms of the transport policy post, recommend that the executive withdraws the proposed savings CAP 027 in order to ensure the council can continue to adequately bid for external funding for its infrastructure and to fund this from savings to local community networks support costs. And CAP 32, which is highway maintenance, recommend that the executive withdraws the proposed saving 32 in order to continue existing levels of highways maintenance and to fund this from savings to local community network support costs. And obviously we'll come back to that as a full discussion when we get to the that part of the meeting. Okay.
Yeah, point of order, please.
Yes, please do.
It's a quick one. Forgive me. I'm just conscious that we need to be, how much of a deadline is the 3 o'clock? Purely and simply because we've got 2 substantive areas to cover yet and a number of other points and then some recommendations. So can I ask what's our fallback, please? What's plan B?
At present, we're probably looking at no longer than 3:15 before we will have to cease. So we have to make as much progress as we can at the moment, and then we'll assess that as we get nearer. I mean, it's just a question I need to get members to try and raise issues as they can. We want to cover as much as we can today, but we will need to look at that. And thank you for raising it. Right, members, if we then move on to resources and corporate services, Councillor Leishon and Mr Vaughan, is there any update on those?
No update, Chair.
Okay, in which case I'm coming straight to members for any questions on that section. Councillor Hobhouse.
This is the right section to talk about scrutiny because I got it wrong the other day. No, I've still got it.
Okay. So anything that members have in terms of the resources and corporate services budget proposals? I'm not seeing anything in the room at all. Is there anything online? Nothing online either?
Take the time.
So in that case, thank you very much. And I think we covered, we'll move on. So we then move to Councillor Revens and Alan Jones for strategy, workforce and localities budget proposals. Sorry, Councillor Butt-Phillip, any updates on those that you wish to draw members' attention to before we ask questions?
No, we have no updates. No updates from me. I yield my time to Councillor Hobhouse.
Excellent. In which case, Councillor Hobhouse.
Thank you, Bill. As a backbench member, and anyone who's not a councillor won't understand what I'm about to talk about, and I accept that. The only way I have of reviewing or looking at, excuse me, council policy or future policy is through the scrutiny committees. And as we get into more and more difficult position, we need more scrutiny, not less of it. And I have a real problem with the £23,000 saving that has been suggested in this section. I'll get it right one day. Because I feel that that is removing the opportunity for the backbench members to scrutinise what is happening and what is going forward. I would accept cutting the scrutiny committees to 9 people, but I wouldn't accept getting rid of any of them. Thank you.
As I've said previously at the workshop, it is a feature of councils that have got themselves into significant difficulties for performance is that their governance arrangements, including scrutiny, have not been adequate, and I would welcome a proposal from this committee to the executive.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnson next.
So I wanted to talk about LCNs. I understand there might be a proposal on the table. Is this the right place for me to put my thoughts on LCNs? Or do we wait for a proposal? No, I can say now. Okay, so I'm chair of the Taunton LCN, and there's other people here who attend that. And I have to say it's doing fantastic work, and we have a young person's working group now, which is drawing in everybody involved in youth work across the area, which includes the parishes. There are some fantastic connections happening. The police wanted a hub at the McDonald's. There is another partner who's now running that from the Youth Alliance. There was someone else doing work in Lingford. SASP have said that they're going to fund it. Those conversations, given the situation that the county is in, are vital, and they're really important because it's identifying which people have different pots of money that can support initiatives. Youth services have been incredibly cut over the years. We're now finding a whole new energy in people supporting youth services in our area, and that has come about because of the LCN and drawing in all sorts of people, not necessarily with money to offer them, but drawing in all sorts of people who can connect and let people know about what they're doing, what they might need support with. And that is invaluable given the current climate. And I think there's so many areas that the LCN can meet that role with all sorts of different services. So I would be very, very unhappy to see that idea falling away, because some people think they're not performing very well. All I can talk about is the Taunton LCN, and there are people who are raving about the kind of connections that are taking place. I'm really inspired by it.
Thank you very much. I think that needs a response at the moment. It's just to feed into the debate, obviously. Councillor Redmond, you're next.
Two very quick points, Chair. I won't harp on about the scrutiny point, but just to be clear, I think what we need to be doing is leaving scrutiny as it is currently, as opposed to anything else. I make that point purely because after the review that was carried out, and through the chair's meetings, it was recommended that it was 6 meetings a year by me, but we, for children and families, for example, are doing 10. I think it is a year meetings because of the amount of work that we've got. So let's be careful what we're saying. Let's keep here. If any proposal that goes forward for scrutiny should be that we keep it as we are now, as opposed to as we were instigated in after the review, because there's lots of work to be done, and I don't want to harp on that point. My second point is in relation to the savings proposal with relation to the SRA and allowances. Forgive me, I will read it because otherwise I'll get my words in a mistake. I note the proposed savings that relate to councillors' allowances and also changes to SRAs. SRAs are in place to recognise the fact that some members are required to do more because of the role they do at council. For example, the group leader allowance for smaller groups, I myself don't get that one, as I'm lucky enough to receive an SRA for my role as chair of one of the scrutiny committees. Our allowance scheme rightly permits only one SRA per councillor. The group leader SRA is paid because those members are required to attend more meetings and briefings in that role, now more than ever. I want to make what I believe is an important point. We don't know what every member's circumstances are. So the broad brush approach our allowance scheme offers, that being you get your allowance automatically no matter what your circumstances, I think we need to remember that we are only looking after the role that we're in for the person that will follow us, and their circumstances might be different from ours. Members, I think we must leave our SRAs and allowances alone. We asked officers to make savings proposals. We don't have to take the saving. Please remember, the allowance and SRA are optional now. You don't have to claim it. I'm happy to use myself as an example. I do this full time. It's my choice and I love it. My income from Somerset for the hours I do is well below minimum wage. I'm not complaining. It's my choice. My point is, let's use some common sense here and not assume every councillor is as well off as you are. I ask again, please leave the SRA and allowances as they are.
Thank you very much. Again, I don't think at that point we need a response. Just to let you know, I've got councillors Mansell, Dimmery, Hunt, and then Chilcott, and then we're again going to have to move on. So, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I have a lot of sympathy with what Lee just said. I won't add anything more on that. Could I also be clear and really just emphasising the point again on scrutiny? There's two savings there. One is also to reduce the size of committees for scrutiny and for planning and other committees as well. I would urge that reduction is not taken. It's really small. It's just saving some travel expenses. It's nothing more than that by having less members attending the meetings. One thing that it would result in is less representation of the smaller groups, and I believe the smaller groups add significantly to this council, and we should not be shut out from the democratic processes which that would contribute to. So please don't reduce the size of the committees. And finally, then on LCNs, I do think they have value, and I'm pleased to hear how valuable they are in Taunton. That's really good. I'm very mindful that, of course, Taunton has an extremely well-funded town council of the likes that we just don't see in rural areas. You know, that's good. We just don't have the same opportunities. It can look different, but I do think they should continue. I'm not saying they should be cut entirely, but the sums of money that have been put to them do look excessive. We don't need hybrid meeting arrangements for them and the officers doing that. There's too much officer support, and the cost of doing that has been too great. And when we're looking at cutting vital services for that luxury to be happening, it doesn't look right. I think we can keep LCNs going in a much more cost-effective manner, achieving all the benefit that we wish to see from them, and I hope that can be the way forward. Now, what we're lacking at the moment, though, is we haven't had any information provided to us on the costs of LCNs. It's self-evident that there is a cost to LCNs as people's officer time being put into them. It may be enough, the recommendation put forward already. I'm not necessarily looking to go beyond that, but do feel we should have been told what costs of LCNs were, which we didn't have. But I'm not wishing to push that further. I think maybe enough has been said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butt Philip, do you want to come back on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to give a bit of an overview of the funding arrangements for LCNs, and I'm pleased to hear some of the positive responses we've had from LCNs. I know there've been mixed reviews of them across the county. That's to be expected with 18 different organisations, but there has been some good work in many of them. The sum of £300,000, which has been previously alluded to, was agreed by the executive in January last year as a one-off sum to develop and implement the LCN programme and ensure that the programme could be delivered. That additional funding will not be required in future years, as the funding could be done via the existing localities and partnerships budgets, but I'll come back to that in a second. The vast majority of spend associated with LCNs is staffing. As members are aware, sitting outside of this budget, but also coming to the executive in February, we are proposing to begin the initial workforce reduction and phase of the transformation of Somerset Council. The outcome of that process will help to determine the future staffing level for LCNs going forward. Additionally, we have had agreement that by engaging LCNs in the public health agenda, and as those staff becoming public health ambassadors and promoting the assets-based community development approach to improve health and tackle inequality in our communities, these posts can be funded from the public health grant with a consequent saving to the localities and partnerships budget. The other cost of LCN, such as the level of democratic services support, will be reduced in the coming weeks now that they have become more established. A review of LCNs will be undertaken later in the year, but any discussion on the future of them needs to be taken in the context of Somerset Council's wider localities work rather than in isolation. So we will be looking at all areas where we can reduce the cost of LCNs, but it is not the case that there is a dedicated budget that we could go and then repurpose for highways, for example. Would that it were the case.
Thank you. Councillor Dimmery, I think, is joining us online.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I hope my apologies were given earlier for being unable to attend personally. Actually, I've just had a very good answer on the question of LCNs from the councillor, so I won't proceed with that, except to remind people that it was a very important part of the unitary deal. When we were going unitary, it was important that some ideas and some of our policies were devolved, and that the regions could actually work towards finding their own solutions to certain problems. And I actually think that in some cases with parish councils, their precept is quite small or none at all in some cases, and they might well be able to contribute a little bit more by working with the towns who do tend to have big precepts to actually maintain some of the services we're talking about cutting. But I'd like to thank Councillor Theo Butt-Philip for his views. I was going to say something about scrutiny, but Councillor Mansell has said it all, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dimmery. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I just want to support the comments of Councillor Johnson earlier on discussing LCNs. I agree with her completely that the LCN in Taunton is working very well. I appreciate that Taunton has now what is virtually a borough council in a way, being Taunton Town Council. However, it is worth saying we have a lot of parishes on the outskirts of that. The actual LCN most definitely isn't just Taunton. It is very much Trull, Bishop's Lydeard, etc. So there is a lot going on here. If you'd have asked me the question, I've said this before, but If this question came up 3 months ago, I'd have said, let's get rid of them. Couldn't see the point. However, having seen the progress just in the last 3 months has been dramatic. Now we've got used to it, and perhaps the same thing could happen elsewhere in the county as well. Thank you for that. I don't need an answer, by the way.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got Councillor Kay online, who we've had through the chat has pointed out that her hand was raised, but I didn't pick up on it. So, Councillor Kay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to reiterate the points that Councillor Johnson made, and I also support the LCNs, and I think that they've got lots of potential, but that's not my main point. Under the discussion on scrutiny, nobody's picked up on page 52 in this meeting anyway, that there's a proposal to join together the Constitution and Governance Committee with the Audit Committee, and I don't think that's appropriate. I think that next year the Constitution and Governance Committee is going to be looking at boundary changes amongst other things, and already has quite a lot to do, and once we make these changes and these savings, they may have more to do because we may have to change some of our governance procedures. The Audit Committee, as far as I know, I've actually only ever listened in on one, deals with figures and performance management and has a rather different remit. And I believe that next year they're going to be looking at, again, all these savings, and they're going to have a lot to do, and looking backwards at what we did last year. So I just don't think that's a good idea, and I think they should be kept separate. And my proposal would be that if we did have to join together some committees, that it might be more appropriate to put the Standards Committee alongside or integrate that in with Constitution and Governance Committee. It's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Councillor Butt-Philip, do you want to comment on that? The merger of the two committees?
I mean, I'd love to comment on it, but I think it actually falls within Councillor Revan's portfolio.
In which case, Councillor Revan, sorry.
I'll have to do it now. I fully understand the logic of Councillor Kay's suggestion there of combining constitution and standards rather than constitution and audit. And that may well be something that we look at, that proposal again. So thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you. Councillor Lation.
And I can just report that the Chair of Audit, Councillor Mike Hewitson, is equally uncomfortable, is probably the word. He feels it's different knowledge base and possibly also different skills.
Thank you very much. And lastly to Councillor Chilcott.
Thank you. I'd echo those comments regarding audit, and I think having more than 900 pages last week's quite enough for any committee to deal with. So we have a really effective audit, and again, it's an absolutely crucial part of the governance of this council. My question actually was relating to one that nobody's actually brought up, and that was the removal of the budget for the Pathway to Employment scheme. So as it says, this is an award-winning scheme, and it helps people, those that are NEET, and again, some of our most vulnerable and disadvantaged young people, to actually get onto the work pathway. And I think if you heard some of those young people talking, you might think about it perhaps a bit more closely. And I'll be 20 seconds to say a young person I spoke to a few years ago now, her dream was to work in a fashion shop, in a clothes shop. She was quite some way away from being able to interview and work there. She worked in the council with the support of this funding, and about 6 to 9 months later interviewed and got a job in a shop in Taunton. It absolutely set her on the right path. It was life-changing for her, and I just think there is the potential to take that away. And I think in the longer term, you know, if we can get people into work and they can be productive and enjoy what they're doing, I don't think you can almost put a price on that. So I just urge that SWL001 on page 91 is reconsidered. I think we are here, if for nothing else, for our most vulnerable and disadvantaged. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm again not quite sure who that goes to. Is that Councillor Butt-Philip?
I'm going to invite Mr. Jones to cover some of the detail that he was just trying to whisper in my ear. It's about the understanding of which scheme is which, and then I'll go.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. And just to respond, and thankfully I'm sat next to Mel as well, so we can cover this between us, I'm sure. That there are two different aspects here. One is around the funding that the council uses of the pathway to employment, and it uses to train and develop those people and staff into our organisation. And that's the funding that's referred to in this proposal, whereas there is a wider proposal around pathways to employment for the types of individuals that Councillor Chilcott is describing, that is part of the adult services support to those individuals, and that is not a saving that's proposed. So just to be really clear, that one is the relatively small in comparison to the wider intervention that's there about those people that could be supported through to pathways to employment into the authority, rather than more generally into jobs and job roles in employment in Somerset.
Can I just respond to that though? Quite often the experience that we give them here is exactly that stepping stone into other jobs and other roles. And from my knowledge of it previously, that's exactly what is potentially at risk here for our vulnerable and disadvantaged young people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Again, members, that Councillor Butt-Phillip.
And I just wanted to respond as well that it is an award-winning scheme. It is a scheme that we should be rightly proud of. I don't think I disagree with anything that Councillor Chilcott has said, and the fact that we're in a position of having to consider reducing or removing altogether the funding for this is something which is a deep sadness to all of us.
Thank you very much. Again, members, that brings us to the end of this section. Again, we've done a summary of some of the points that have been raised. So in SWL1, recommend that the executive withdraws the proposal saving SWL1. 10, which is the scrutiny committee reductions, recommend that the executive withdraws the proposal saving SWL10 in order to continue existing 5 scrutiny committees and to increase the frequency of their meetings and fund the target saving and any additional costs from the local community network support costs. Combine audit and Constitution and Governance Committee recommend that the executive withdraws the proposed saving whilst the council is in a financial emergency and the further review work on the constitution. Reduction in the size of some committees. It's recommended that the size of the planning committees and scrutiny committees remain as they currently are. That the reduction of some special responsibility allowances, that the proposed reduction in some SRAs is not in line with the IRP. Thank you. Recommendations, the remuneration panel, thank you. And this saving proposal should not be recommended to council on the 20th of February. And relating to community networks, recommend that the executive reduce the budget for supporting local community networks and instead, through partnerships with parishes and town councils, share the cost of hosting these networks. Obviously, there will be debate around those when we get to them. Members, that then brings us to...
Sorry, just for clarification, so with the members' allowance points picked up there, the SRA points picked up and the scrutiny points, the question, just for clarity, to save me having to do a formal recommendation, they will form the body of the recommendation from your committee to executive. So therefore, you will not need any separate recommendations for any points.
We will be looking for recommendation when we get to that point in the agenda. We will be taking and asking for proposers and seconders for the various recommendations that we've run through, and at that point, members of this committee will vote on those as to whether they wish to support those.
Okay, so just for that individual line by line recommendations, or are you going to start grouping them together? I don't think I would suggest you would be looking for dissent. Is that the word? Disagreement rather than agreement, because it might make your process a little bit quicker.
As you say, where they're less contentious, then I'm sure we can group together. There may be some that we need to stand as they are, but one would have to bear in mind that in terms of savings, if we're putting proposals, recommending proposals to the executive, we can't just propose the one side of the argument without the balance, because in that case it doesn't go forward. So were members wanting to make the savings that we have talked about or to turn that around. If members were not wanting to see the savings made that have been recommended in certain parts that we have highlighted, there has to be a balancing factor to say that that can move forward. Councillor Revens.
Just to clarify, it is perfectly within the gift of a scrutiny committee to recommend to executive on just one side of the equation. It is for the executive and ultimately full council to deliver a balanced budget. So it's not necessary to give us recommendations for additional savings to be on the other side of that. Though any suggestions and all suggestions are very, very welcome.
Okay.
Chair, just one final point also. I'm assuming, just for Leader of Council, at your executive, members will be able to come along and make representations as normal as well.
Oh, all right then.
Thank you very much. Okay, so members, if that takes us to the next item on our agenda, which is the HRA budget proposals. Councillor Smith-Roberts and Mr. Hall, I think you're just going to give us an outline of these for members.
I'm just going to keep it really brief because we've got 20 or 15 minutes. If everyone can go back and watch the members' briefings that have happened on the HRA, that should ensure that you're up to date on the fact that it's two different providers with an in-house service and an ALMO, particularly in the north and the west. And we serve over 10,000 homes. And this is a good news story from my perspective. And I'm just really grateful for all the work that both Chris and Kerry have done. But I hope that we can have a longer airing at executive.
Thank you very much. And again, I think as was pointed out at the briefing before, the beauty of the HRA account at the moment is there are no recommendations for savings that need to be required. And in fact, I believe there is a transfer to reserves from the ongoing budget. So I mean, it is certainly in the current state is a healthy position. Members, you've had the chance to look at the HRA papers. Is there anything that members wished to raise or question at this point? Not seeing anything in the room. Yes, I am. Councillor Slocum.
I just wanted to ask on the revenue budget, is that a reducing of staff changes 50? It's saying on the, I don't know what page this is, I apologise. On the revenue budget pressures. Slide 54, sorry, thank you.
I'll pass over to Chris Brown, the Service Director.
Mr. Brown.
Sorry, it is to do with the net position on staff changes. So slight variation. So it's 8.6 in the papers, page 167. So some inflationary costs. Sorry.
That would be the question was to do with if the net 50k growth in staffing pressures. If you refer to paragraph 8.6, 8.7 and 8.8, there's some more information about that net change, and that's to do with, excuse me, a proposed restructure for delivering the new combined HRA, so a combination of both the in-house service and the ALMO, and having a business function that supports the combined operations.
Thank you. Councillor Slocum, does that answer your question? Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. So again, if I can, as Councillor Frederica said, thank you. If we could pass our thanks to the teams in the housing sections. They have put together a really good set of budget, bringing together two separate organisations in the way that you have as well going forward. So if you can pass our thanks back to the team, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you. That brings us to our next section, which is capital budget proposals, and we come to Councillor Leyshon and I believe Nicola Hicks, who's going for Councillor Leyshon first.
So I'll just say briefly that there are no changes. So I will pass on to Nicola Hicks. Thank you.
Thank you. So just very quickly, this capital budget paper starts on page 227 of your pack. It's the budget setting paper for capital for 24-25. However, the paper does start on page 231, does start to talk about the changes that are required or we're proposing to put forward for the current year, 23-24, 23-24, and that's just because of part of the financial emergency. Part of one of the tasks was to review the capital programme, especially those schemes that were funded by borrowing, to see whether we could reduce the programme in any way to reduce that borrowing, which would have a positive effect on our revenue budget. Chris Hall led a review across the council, and the impact of that review is shown on Appendix A, which is will be covered in slides 58 to 60 of the pack, or on page 2, starts on 239 of your agenda papers. And the recommendation is to remove the projects listed there to a total of 56.3 million. If we do that, that will reduce the borrowing by 43.2 million. So you'll see a significant amount of what we're proposing to reduce is actually funded by borrowing. So therefore we'll have that positive effect. Appendix B in your pack is the high level summary of what the new programme would be. In total, the new programme would be 238.5 million, of which of this borrowing would be 44.4 million. That doesn't take into account the fact that there's a significant amount of projects that are experiencing a delay in when they were anticipating that spend to take place in the current year. So there will be slippage to add into that, which will be monitored through the monitoring reports as we go forward. Appendix C, when we get there, just interest some, I'll just stop and allow for questions. But Appendix C shown on slides 61 to 64. The first two slides show additions to the programme that will be fully funded. So when we've reviewed capital bids that were submitted for the next financial year, we've viewed them in the respect of, are they externally funded? Will they kind of pay for themselves? Or is there a health and safety requirement for those to take place? And those 4 slides there show the total of schemes that we're recommending to go forward. There was a couple of questions on Wednesday's session in scrutiny in relation to a couple of things in the programme. One was in relation to Wellington Sports Centre and the borrowing that was attributable to that. There is grant funding. So the total project for Wellington Sports Centre is 3.6 million, of which 1.25 million is grant funding in the current financial year, and then 2.38 of that is externally funded. And there was also a question in relation to fleet management, which I think an answer has been constructed to come out, but basically there is a big review taking place of the fleet that we've got in place. I think there needs some telematics in place so that they can actually see the amount of vehicles that are under or utilised at the moment, to see whether we can make use of them in a more efficient way, plus the fact that we are looking at what's needed to kind of green vehicles, like go down that route. And also I think they're just overall just doing a review of what fleet will be needed as we right size the organisation, and I think then they will look to see what they need. But happy to take questions along with the team.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from members, please? Yeah, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the need to reduce borrowing. Of course I do. I am concerned to understand what measures we're taking.
Could you move them?
Sorry.
Can you move the mic nearer? That would be good, thanks.
Sorry?
Can you move your mic a little bit nearer?
Yeah.
People are struggling to hear.
Okay, I am concerned to understand what steps we're taking to ensure that we are collecting, both agreeing and collecting in due time, Section 106 and SIL funding. I am very aware from well outside this council that we're not very good at it.
Who wants to take that question?
So I think it's fair to say that there should be a review of the way in which that's monitored and brought into this authority, but that in and of itself is not part of a capital review. The capital review was, these are the schemes that we have inherited from the previous 5 authorities. How many of those are viable and should continue into this new organisation and into the new year? And how many of those new schemes that are being put forward are credible? And part of that credibility test was, is it an urgent health and safety need in that given year? Is it externally funded, or does it have a borrowing requirement? So I take your point. It will sit within Mickey's area, and I'm sure they have a handle on how they monitor and manage SIL 106 income. But that wasn't a fundamental part of the review.
If you give one, I've also got Councillor Wyke, so, and then I'll let you respond.
SIL does vary across the whole of the county, and each area does have to put forward a statement on SIL, what's been collected, how it's been spent, and that is reviewed by the Strategic Asset Committee. So yes, monies are collected. We've also taken a paper through executive about when, and it is a very few occasions where there is a SIL exemption because of viability. But for the majority of cases, like 99 or whatever percent, SIL is relevant in the authorities where we can collect it. There are exemptions. One is Wellington is exempted out of the former Somerset West and Taunton area. And of course, the former Mendip District Council only have 106. They don't have SIL.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you very much. Two things. One, that part of the review is, are they externally funded? Well, they would be if we collected the Section 106 or SIL money. If we are not doing so, then we would not need to borrow. And so I'm concerned it is clearly relevant to the review. External funding is needed if we don't collect, if we have stuff that we have not collected. Now, the other bit is absolutely, I hear exactly what Councillor Wyke has said. I did cover both SIL and Section 106 in what I asked about. And I am aware from outside the council that there are questions to answer that clearly they're not to be answered here. And I'm aware that there is a review going on and people are concerned about it. I just wish to reinforce and make public my concern.
Thank you. Councillor Wyke.
Could I just remind members that 106 relate specifically to the planning application, and it is mitigating an impact of that planning application and cannot be spent in some other way. It is very clearly within the legislation what a 106 is used for.
Thank you. Could I ask one question, and it's just to make sure I understand what I think is in the papers. So on the rights of way, there are shown a couple of savings within the one table. Further on there, it looks to me like there's a large proposition in terms of capital being set aside to do other work to the rights of way. Just wanted to make sure that they are sort of covering each other off. There's a much bigger programme of works, because rights of way is something that a lot of the parishes raise with us all the time in terms of accessibility and maintenance of. So just wanted to confirm what the position is in terms of taking rights of way forward at the moment.
I can't immediately find the references, so I'm not sure which appendix.
Okay, so we're looking at about, I think it's about 240, which is climate and place infrastructure, rights of way, removal of borrowing approval and removal of reserve fund approval. And then on the second table, which is the, where are we? Thank you very much. That was then proposing there are two suggestions of money being spent in terms of C24024 climate and place rights of way new staff, and over the page C2423 rights of way basic need, where there's extra funding being bid for. Just wanted to work out where that's placed.
Okay, thank you. So in regards to the capital, the review that I undertook was to remove anything that was funded through borrowing, which includes a variety of things in regards to rights of way. There are also separate entries in other parts of the papers that reference revenue. So staffing would generally be a revenue cost, although we would capitalise if we could. But there are a distinct separation between revenue costs and the capital as identified here. But yes, we took the overall highways grants and then we reflected the elements that were borrowed versus the elements that were funded from grants. And it's the borrowing elements that predominantly have been removed as part of this.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I've got Councillors Chilcott, Price, Sankey and then Locke. So Councillor Chilcott.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll try and be quick. I picked up very briefly because myself and Nicola have been corresponding about what I brought up in a previous meeting. So just to check I heard it right, Wellington Library, can you just give me again the total spend? Because I think I misheard it. I think you said 3 million and something. And my second question was around the Wellington Sports Centre decarbonisation, 2.383 million. And it's saying on page 244 that decarbonisation work only has 42,000 a grant. So my question was, why are we doing decarbonisation work if it isn't grant funded to that scale? And I think I was told there was a large grant attached to it. So that's the Wellington Sports Centre decarbonisation, page 244.
I think Mr. Hall indicated he was going to go first, and then I'll come to Nicola.
Thank you. So just to confirm, the Wellington decarbonisation, what you'll see in the report is obviously the future funding. What you don't see is the current funding this year. Primarily, the current funding this year is from external grants. So that isn't shown. What you're seeing is the future costs rather than the current funded costs from grant.
So we're saying 2.3 million is just part of the cost then? Because that's what's there, 2.341 million.
Yes, that is correct. And that enables us to meet our legal requirements in terms of the current operator and the landlord responsibilities that we have for that facility.
And I think Ms. Hicks, you were going to comment as well.
That's all right. So Mandy, yeah, the total project for Wellington Sports Centre is 3.6 million, of which 1.25 million is grant funded, and that's being spent in this financial year. But next year's spend of 2.3 million, that is largely borrowing, and that's a decision this council previously made to let that project go through with the external borrowing on it.
With it, thank you. It's really difficult to see that when you've got a 1 year snapshot. So, and I think for the public, they're not seeing the overall, if you like, value of those projects. But thanks for the clarification.
Thank you very much. Councillor Price-Sankey.
Thank you. I genuinely don't know the answer to this. So can somebody tell me, why is Wellington exempt from SIL? I probably ought to know, but I don't. Thank you.
Councillor White.
This is a scheme, and this is my understanding of it, and I will give you chapter and verse if you want outside. But I understand that when the local plan was made in Somerset, West and Taunton, which actually is two parts, because you know there was one for West Somerset, an assessment was made as to the viability of SIL in Wellington area. It's a fairly tightly defined area around the centre of Wellington, and because of that, we've inherited that scheme, and so for the moment, until the end of the life of the local plan, that area remains exempt from SIL. I'm sorry, did I confuse Williton and Wellington? My apologies. No, it's Wellington. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Locke.
Yeah, appropriate that that's come up again. I was going to speak in support of Councillor White on what she said before about the SIL and about the 106s. What our members must realise that 106s are conditions on a planning application and are site specific and time specific. It must be spent on that site. SILs can be spelt in the surrounding area and everywhere else and go together with other schemes out of the area of where that development or planning application is. And also, just to add on what Ross has just said now, some developments and planning applications in Yeovil are SIL exempt, and I can't for good love of me remember why they was, but it's probably for some of the same reasons of viability.
Thank you very much. I've not got any other members who've indicated that they want to comment on this section, so that brings us to the end of that, which I've had no specific recommendations on it. So basically what we're looking at then is, I'm going to get Mr. Woodridge, if you can put up on the screen behind us the notes that we've made as we've been going through. So just to highlight from our agenda, it would be fair to say that we have scrutinised and commented on the draft budget proposals for 24-25 and the proposed council tax increase with reference to the cumulative impact assessment, individual equalities impact assessments and the budget consultation. That we've scrutinised and commented on the proposed housing revenue account budget for 2024-25, and that we've scrutinised and commented on the proposal for capital budget for 24-25. and then that we are looking to make the following recommendations to the executive. And imagine if they're up on the screen, I don't know whether you want to read through, or yeah, it's probably easiest. So if we take the proposed recommendations in turn, and then my suggestion is if members are happy that we will take these on block to be proposed by myself, seconded by the vice chair, and then members can vote whether they are happy for them to be submitted to the executive as a recommendation, and obviously how they take those forward will be a matter for the executive. So we have, in terms of proposed recommendations, Scrutiny Committee to recommend to executive and the Section 151 officer that it receives an update on the outcome of the capitalisation, direction and council tax increase request at meeting on the 7th of March, and if unsuccessful, what mitigations are proposed. That we, to scrutinise the outline business case at its meeting on the 7th as well, sorry. The Scrutiny Committee also to receive regular updates on the level of general and earmark reserves in 2024-25 and the projections for 25-26, together with projected pressures for 25-26 as part of monthly budget monitoring reports throughout 24-25. Under the communities section, that we welcome the partnership work being undertaken with Somerset's towns and parish councils and recommend that Scrutiny Committee for Communities receives quarterly update reports regarding the progression and delivery of devolution of various community services and assets to parish and town councils. That Scrutiny Committee for Communities receive quarterly update reports regarding the progression and delivery of income generation proposals with relevant parish and town councils to deliver the target value to avoid cessation of the CCTV service. Scrutiny Committee Communities receive quarterly updates on the delivery of the devolution of specific assets and services to Yeovil Town Council as alternative solutions to these savings proposed. To receive a quarterly update on the capital bid to DCMS and the potential capital investment in the Octagon Theatre. That Scrutiny Committee Adults receive updates on delivery of ADS 1, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 11 and scrutinise any adverse impacts on service users, partners and providers. Recommend that Scrutiny Children and Families receive quarterly reports regarding the Deficit Action Plan for High Needs Block and Dedicated Schools Grant and the continuation of the statutory override. That Scrutiny Committee for Children and Families receive quarterly updates on the delivery of savings proposals CFE 3, 4, 5, 9, 11, 12, 13 and 14, together with scrutinising any adverse impacts on young people, partners and providers, and seek assurance from the executive that the proposed savings proposals will not adversely affect outcomes for vulnerable children and the Ofsted rating that the council has invested significant staff and financial resources to achieve. And the climate and place. Due to significant member and public concerns about the potential closures, recommend that Scrutiny Committee Climate and Place receive quarterly updates to scrutinise the potential options to deliver this saving, which is the waste recycling centres, and any adverse impacts on local communities. That Scrutiny Climate and Place to receive quarterly updates on delivery of savings, proposal CAP 1, 2, 7, 12 and 36, together with scrutinising any adverse impacts on local communities and partners. We also recommend that the executive withdraws the proposal saving cap 027 in order to ensure the council can continue to adequately bid for external funding for its infrastructure and to fund the target saving instead from savings to local community network support costs. To recommend that the executive withdraws the proposed saving cap 32 in order to continue existing levels of highway maintenance and to fund the target saving instead from local community network support costs. Then on to strategy workforce. Recommend the executive withdraws the proposal saving SWL01. Recommend that the executive withdraws proposal SWL10 in order to continue existing 5 scrutiny committees and support the increased frequency of their meetings to fund the target saving and any additional costs from local community networks support costs. Recommend that executive withdraws the proposed saving SWL6 whilst the council is in a financial emergency and completing the further review work on the constitution. Recommend the size of each of the planning and scrutiny committees remains 13 members. That the proposed reduction in some responsibility allowances are not in line with the independent remuneration panel, the recommendations, and this saving proposal should be withdrawn and not be recommended to the council on the 20th of February. Recommend that the executive reduce the council's budget for supporting local community networks and instead share the cost of supporting these meetings with parish and town councils. And that is the last one that I've got on the list. So, members, I'm happy to propose those. Any comments and questions from members of those with the lilac name tags for the corporate scrutiny? Any further comments at this point? Yeah, Councillor Lovell.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just have final clarification about LCNs, what's being said? I was slightly confused by that.
The recommendation at the moment is that the executive reduce the council's budget for supporting local community networks, so that ultimately that will be a decision for the executive to take. But that would be a potential way of funding some of the other alternatives. But that is something that, as I say, ultimately that will be a decision for our executive members.
So that's a reduction, not abandonment of.
We haven't said abolition. Okay, so we have those recommendations that have been both proposed and seconded. Those in support. Oh, is that a question? Yes, please, Councillor Cole.
Sorry. Thank you. Ranger. I'm not supportive of the leaving the committee places at 13. I think the planning committee places should be 9.
Understand. I mean, I think that it's going to be difficult for, yes, Councillor Seeb.
Yes, if we're getting down to that level of debate, I also agree. I just don't think that's a stable size of committee for making planning decisions. I just don't think it's good for a quasi-judicial role.
I think to some extent that will probably be a debate for another location and starting with our executive friends. But I think at least we've flagged up as an issue to be raised, but with the executive, so they can discuss it and decide how they move forward. And Councillor Evans.
Yeah, we take on board that there is a debate around that. I don't think the budget saving proposal is the place for that. I think the constitutional review is the place for that. But we'll bear in mind the comments that have been made by the scrutiny committee when the executive comes up with a proposed budget for full council.
Councillor Seeb.
I just wanted to come back. The number of members in the meeting doesn't actually affect the price of holding the meeting. It's the SRAs and so on that get driven by the number of meetings and to a very small degree travel.
Yeah, your point is absolutely well taken. But I don't think now is the time to debate it. If that's okay, if we can continue the conversation offline, it'll be a delight and pleasure as always.
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. So we have a recommendation that has been proposed and seconded as outlined on the screen behind. All those in favour, please show. That would appear to be unanimous. Yep, that's unanimous. That's clearly carried. Members, can I take this opportunity just to thank you all very much for your help and support in going through today. There's been an enormous amount of work that's gone in the background, pulling all together these reports. So thank you very much to all the officers involved and the members that have taken part. And I take very much on board the comments made by Councillor Evans that it's not just the recommendations that have come out today. The executive have been with us all day to listen to the comments that members have wished to make. And I think that's been a really positive thing to happen. So thank you very much. And I'll close the meeting at this point. Thank you.
Chairman, can we also thank you very much? Excellent job.
Thanks, Bob.